Hey, how you doing, my little beauties? Ahoy and welcome. It's Saturday, and that can only mean one thing. It's live coding day. And I am your host, David Connolly, the web developer extraordinaire. But most importantly of all, even more importantly, we are joined by the usual suspects. We have the great O-Spam in full formation here. The mighty Stefan Hummel is right here. They're all here. The excitement is quite overwhelming. Please, don't be the weirdo who hangs about and doesn't say a word. Say hello. Let me know that you're alive. Can you hear me okay? Are we here? Is everything working? I do hope so. Anyway, really good to have you folks here. I think I'm going to stick on a little bit of music if that's okay. I hope I can get away with this. I think I can. And today's all going to be about Trongate. I'm going to be doing some work on the Trongate ecosystem. Few different bits and pieces, don't you know? And let me just see if I can find something worth playing here. Here we've got the... yeah, this is quite good here actually. Here's a little one that's worth listening to. You don't want to just hear me breathing away. Alright, this is the relaxed movement, and that'll do us. Let's give this one a wee try, and here we go. Let's bring it up. Alright, so I was planning on spending the day working on the Trongate ecosystem. I think it's a healthy thing to do, and I did land a little gig last week. Yeah, nothing worth bragging about, but it puts me in a position whereby I'm able to, as bizarre as it sounds, I'm able to spend more time working on Trongate now, because I can do the day job during the day, at least for a while. And then hopefully I can work on Trongate evenings and weekends, which I'm kind of looking forward to, you know. We have a whole bunch of other stuff to talk about, of course, as well as just coding. There's lots of wee bits and pieces happening. And yesterday on the private live stream, the private one, I was having a look at some of the technologies out there like React and so on. I went through about half of a Udemy course with React, and I just don't like it at all. I think it's absolute bullshit actually. And last night I had a look at Ionic, and that was bullshit. I mean, they've got a thing when you set it up. They've built a beautiful wizard, and when you set it up and you go through the thing, it's really nice. They've got a command line version and a web version. But the first question that they ask is, which framework are you using? React, Angular, or Vue? What a blunder. What an absolute blunder. I actually wrote them an open letter last night. And I put it on Twitter and I put it on the website. And I was saying, why are you tethering yourselves to these third-party libraries? But you know what? I slept on it, and I came back and I thought to myself, I'm done with this. I've had it, you know? It's like, you install this stuff. Maybe I can even show you this. Maybe we can even show you this instead of me just waffling. So, right, ignore that. That was me faffing about with something. Now, hold on a second. Okay, so if we say something like the following, let's go out of here. I know that the thing's a bit small, right? But I'm going to make a dir. I'll call it second try, right? So there we go, right? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Ionic start, okay? Now this is me just following the official instructions for Ionic. Ionic is a thing that you use to build interfaces for mobile apps. It's very hip, you know. Anyway, let's do the Ionic start. Straight from the documentation, everything is brand new here. Let's use the app creation wizard. And actually, this is what I was talking about. But what I didn't manage to show you was the amount of stuff that doesn't get installed. Look, if I scroll back here, this is what I really wanted to show you. Let me have a look here. Yeah, look at all of these warnings, right? Look at all of this stuff that's depreciated. This is what happens when you use these bullshit hipster technologies. Just look at all of the warnings and everything. Now, to me, that's not acceptable. It's absolutely not acceptable. And I thought about it, and I figured, you know what? I'm done with all of that stuff. I'm done with Babel and all of that crap, you know? All of that henhouse shit. And let's face it, it's basically just technologies that have been bungled together by mobs of people trying to embellish their CVs by building crap that people don't need. Quite frankly, I think all of those React developers and all of that, I think that they're basically just lazy. I was watching a tutorial the other day. I won't give the name of the YouTuber. He's extremely popular. And his vibe was, right, we need to generate a random number. So I'm going to go to NPM and download this random number generating library. And I thought, holy moly, is that how lazy we've become? So my own vibe, and forgive me if I'm starting with a rant here, please do forgive me. But my own vibe is, I'm going to just use core technologies. Why not? You know, I want to get as close to the core technologies as possible. And today that means PHP. Earlier this morning I was working on Android Studio and Kotlin and Swift and things like that. And I think that that's the way to go. All of this, honestly, if you wake up in life and you say, oh, have I got my Babel installed? What about Webpack? If that is your day, then something is not working in your life. I think it's time to behave like grown-up developers and stop using all of this third-party crap. Now, end of rant. Can you hear me? I'm not getting a word from anyone. Have I dazzled you with my incredible charisma? Maybe not. Okay, well, in any event, I was going to be doing some work on the Trongate ecosystem today, and I wanted to add a little bit of text here. You can see that I've added some text actually. There's no point in just a YouTube video that does nothing, so let's have a read of this, will we?
It's now 2023, and the future of PHP development seems to be dominated by paid certification, self-appointed governing bodies, endless updates, constant reversioning, and never-ending rewrites. The two leading PHP frameworks, Laravel and Symfony, have adopted business models that incentivize their makers to break their own frameworks frequently, which they do. As for the other PHP frameworks, they just play along with the bull's kit, like obedient little poodles. Meanwhile, Fig's fetish for over-engineering and bureaucracy continues to stifle innovation and progress. It's no wonder PHP has become the laughingstock of the wider web development community, a has-been technology whose finest days appear to be long gone. But there is hope. A revolutionary new PHP framework has emerged. Trongate. With Trongate, you can say goodbye to the endless updates and paid certifications that maintain the illusion of competence. Join us and let's embrace a simpler, more stable future for PHP development. Together, we shall make PHP great again.
That, my friends, thank you so much, Stefan. I was concerned about that. That, my friends, is what you call an introduction. Hold on, my music's too loud. That's what you call an introduction. Do you know what I'm saying? Might as well just go for gold. That's what I'm saying. So this is going to be the new site, and if I can just bring this thing up. This was it here. So I'll close this, and like an idiot, I'll reopen it. And what I'm interested in doing here is just getting it looking decent on mobile devices, you know. So, shall we dance? Shall we dance? Oh yes, we shall. We'll just do this. And then the trick is that you open up your inspector. And you want to just... well, first of all, I'll make sure I'm at the right zoom level. Something like this. My hand's a wee bit slow today. Forgive me for that. It's just that I'm wearing a splint on my wrist, actually. Alright. So let's see if we can hold this thing together. It's actually alright. Now you can see we've got some problems here. And then we've really got problems here. So, what do we do? What do we do? Well, how about we do the following? Let's head downstairs, right? And see if we can find something with a little bit of styling here. Okay, one moment. Do we have... Right, I'm seeing a class here called Show After Large. I don't know if that's even defined within this website. Give me just a little minute, won't you? So let's check that out. Okay, cool. So we don't have a definition for it, but here's what we can do. Here's what we can do. Let's look at our page as it is here. And how about if we just remove the things that we don't need? Do you know what I mean? I'll show you what I'm saying. So suppose we take this bit that says pure PHP is back, and we're going to say show after large. Now show after large is going to do something remarkable. It's going to take a media query with a minimum width of 1 pixel, and we're going to just say display is none. There you go. So if I now refresh, come on, come on. Well, well, well. Show after large. Minimum width of 1. Oh, do you know what? Haha, that was today's deliberate mistake of the day. Congratulations if you spotted that. Show after large. Here we go. So we're going to hide that little beauty right now. Right now. And if we just refresh, there it goes. Now see this thing at the top? Let's get rid of that on small screens as well. So we'll go back upstairs, and right around here, this thing with key stats, we're going to say show on large, and let's chuck this little beauty inside that. Alright, so we're getting rid of stuff here. Oh no. Hold on a minute. Come on. Maybe I should do like important. No, it ain't working. Okay, Well, let's go back upstairs. We'll do this. We'll do this in a slightly more thoughtful way. So here's our thing. Now this is called key stats, right? So if we head into key stats, you can see here that we've got a thing called key stats. Now I'm going to say class equals show on large. Okay, so it looks like key stats has got a display of flex, so I'll tell you what we'll do. That's an ID, of course. So let's just say that key stats and that other thing. There you go. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Alright. Now, the goal is to get it looking decent on a small screen. Do you know what I mean? We're not too far off it, but we do have to do a bit of reductionism here. So, if we think about right, you see this bit, the two leading frameworks? That bit is going to go on a small screen. So let's go span class equals show on large. Alright. Now let's see. Do you know what? This is just not working. There comes a moment in every lifetime when you really have to just admit when something's not working. And this is one of those times, you know? Right. So we'll take... Oh, jeez. Right, let's just say show on large. To be clear, background color's yellow. Come on. Oh, it's show after large. There we go. Okay, so what we'll do then is we'll just give this a display type of none. Now, by the way, normally this show after large gets a display type of block, but we're giving it a display type of none, right? So we go like that, it heads off. Thank you very much indeed. Now let's see how we're looking on a small device here. I feel as if that shouldn't be there either, because it's taking up a lot of real estate, you know. So let me get rid of that. Now that one, we know that that was called key stats, right? There we go. Alright, so this is starting to look a bit more like it, you know. Now, the next question is, when is it okay to make this stuff reappear? When is it okay to bring it back? Well, we'll go like this. And we're going to ask the question, at which point is it cool? Right, I'm going to say 1100. Okay. So, let's think in terms of media queries here. So if we say at media, I'm just going to say min width 1%, and then we'll go like this. Okay. And then when we get to 1100, which means most laptops, you know, then we'll move to display block. So we can now get rid of this yellow thing here, and we can get rid of this thing here. Have a little save. Oh gee. So that first one, key stats here, is not block. Key stats becomes display type of flex. There you go. Alright, will we give this a wee shot? So here we are. And you can see that it disappears long before we run into any problems with this. Okay, so what we're going to do now then is we've got show after large. Now we're going to make one up called hide after large. This is where our other stuff is going to go, you know. So we'll go like this. Hide after large. And then we can start thinking about bringing stuff back again. So we can even repeat this. Why not? Why not? Okay, now hide after large. Let's just make a little definition for that. So here we go. Hide after large. It's going to be a display type of block. But once we get up to this type of size, it's going to be a display type of none. Alright. So here we go. Okay, that looks good. Okay. Now, I think I'm going to... Oh, gee, I'm all over the place here. That's kind of good, isn't it? So let's go with that one. So we're going to head upstairs. And we'll have a little indentation for the nation. Chuck in an H2. We're going to refresh. So now it's got Trongate is the revolutionary new... Now the height's a bit duff. Trongate is the revolutionary new V1 Forever PHP framework for developers who love pure PHP. Rewrite culture is over. We're not going back. Yes, I like that. Right. Now, I'm having a few challenges, as you can see, with it kind of being too far down. Do you see that? So, what are we going to do about that? Well, the first thing we could do is we could reintroduce our buttons that we had. Here they are here. So I'll copy this. Oh, now that's saying hide at small. We're going to take that out. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Now, if we can get it so that it's not got this big space here and instead it's kind of close like this, then I reckon that that might just be acceptable. So how do we do that? I hear you say. Well, I think the trick is to find out what's causing the madness in the first place. You can see that we've got a height here. Did you see that? And that is on Tron Dark Neon. Interesting. So let's open up dark neon.css and we're going to look for Tron Dark, and you can see that we've got this height thing here. Now if we take it out, now we've done this and we've kind of lost the shape, you know. So let's try something else. What if I said height is auto? Is that going to work? No. Okay, what if I said the height is 100%? Is that going to work? No. Okay, we're going to have to do this the hard way. So, let's go here. We're going to say that Tron Dark is going to have a height of 720 on the big screen, that is. But on the smaller screen, well, let's try 460. Aha! That's pretty cool. It's kind of a shame that the background is kind of dominating this a wee bit, innit? Now I have to be careful here. Right, I want to ask the Employee of the Month a question. I have a web page with a background image. I should have said the HTML background color is black, but unfortunately the background image is light colored. It's making it difficult to read my white colored text. Is there any way I can use CSS to adjust the opacity of the background image so that my text is easier to read? There we go. Yes, you can. I never knew that. Okay. Is there a way to achieve the same kind of thing without using before? I bet there is. Well, there you go. That's good, right? That's pretty darn good. So let's now copy that. So if you look at what we've got here, here we go. So do you see how, oh, that actually looks good. Do you know what? Making it pure black's the way to go. That is the way to go. That was a happy accident, that one. That's what we're going to do. That's the way to go. So, you see this Tron dark thing? I'm going to say background image none. No. Okay, Employee of the Month. I have a CSS style sheet with the following definition. Can I write another CSS rule that will overwrite this? Yes, you can. That is exactly what I did. That is exactly what I did. Well, maybe I need to just hard reload. No. Do I need to do an exclamation mark? Is that what it is? It is what it is, right? Okay, so we don't want to do exclamation marks though, it's a wee bit amateurish. So what you want to do is go to Dark Neon and look for Tron Dark. And specifically we look for wherever the background image is. Okay, hold on. So it looks as if that background is hard coded into this. Do you see that? So if we look at homepage content up here, oh, that must be JavaScript adding that. Holy moly. Yeah, so here's what's happening. Around about line 181, I wrote some JavaScript which adds a background image onto this thing. Now if I take that out and then refresh, now we've got no background image here. And you know something, maybe that's the way to go, you know? So now we get let's have a look. Right, so do you see how that just looks too big here? What we're going to do with that is a little bit of style magic. So right here, I'm going to give it a border just so I can see the thing of 3 pix yellow solid. And you can see it right there, it's all a bit crazy, right? Now, it's... Do you know what's crazy? That, the background that I had that did not have the animation is actually better than the one with the animation. I think that's excellent. So do you know what? I think I'm going to take out the video. Build home vid it was called. And let's just do that. And then we've got this homepage center stage. Now that we can actually take all of this out. And then if we look at okay, let's have a wee look up here. So we're looking for, yeah, there it is. So do you see how it says home center stage as an ID? So let's just say home, center stage. Now that's our background image, so we say background image is going to be so we've now got rid of the video, which I kind of never did like, to be honest. Now let's say background size is cover. And now you can see that that looks pretty good. The only thing is that this is a bit dodgy, you know. So you see this H2 here? I'm going to copy the selector. Then we'll paste in here. Now, okay, so with this thing, I'll say border. Let's go with 1 pink solid, just so we can see the darn thing, you know. And then there we go, right there. Okay, so what we're going to be doing then is we'll say max width, let's try 460. And we'll just play around with the numbers till we get this. I do love a wee bit of drama, you know. Right, now that height is going to probably need to get worked on. So the first thing is that okay, you see how we've got the home center stage thing kicking off in there? Where on earth is it? Here, it's here, right? That should probably only kick in at a certain moment. And I would say about there. So we'll call it 820, right? So we'll jump right in here and we'll say at media min width 820, and then we chuck that thing in. There we go. Okay, now it's still not perfect. There's lots about this thing that I don't like. So for example, this pure PHP's back should disappear on a smaller screen. So if we just go like this, now we'll copy this selector. There you go. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I like that. Yep, that's good. Now, you see this font size here? I'm going to make it just a tiny wee bit smaller, you know? So here it's here. Let's just all right. Okay, let's go with 22. I think that's it. Actually, yeah, that's it. That's it right there. Okay, cool. I think that is it. That's it. That's our website. That is it. Now, this size here, that size is kind of like, well, it's a wee bit crazy, you know? But you know what? I think I've looked at this thing enough. Right, that's going to do me. Are we feeling okay about this, folks? Is that alright? Alright, oh spam, I completely missed the start. Hey man, I am doing good. And ahoy to you, oh spam. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to see you. Aye, so basically nobody is... I'm not playing the victim here, but let's face it, I looked at PHP News just the other day, and it was just all Laravel has a new feature. Blah, blah, blah. They'll never mention this framework because they want it to fail, you know? So, because we're not making any friends, we might as well just say what we have to say. What's going to happen? We're already sanctioned, you know? It's like... you know what I mean? We're already sanctioned, just like us and Russia and the rest of them, you know? Thank you, Stefan. Do you know what? You've just cheered me right up there. I'll just upload it, even if it's not perfect. This is it. Now, one thing just before we upload and move on to the next thing. I'm just eager to make sure that... You see, all of this relates to the home page. Apart from probably this. So let's copy that. Actually, do you know what? Let's just take all of that styling stuff out of here. And then we'll head into dark neon. Okay, so what we did with dark neon is we took this out, you remember? At least I think that's what we did. Yep, that was basically it. So we take this out, and then we'll head downstairs. And we'll do something like that. Let's save. Hard reload. Okay, now we've lost our background image, but that's because we need to do a little dot dot slash, you know. Oh, hang on a minute. This is... actually... right, you see this line here? That should go. I think it does have to stay on dark neon actually. It's just that the path's no right, you know? And the reason why the path's causing problems is because it's inside a themes folder, you know? There you go. Okay, so there it is. Now, I just noticed that those GitHub stars here are... I don't even know why they're there. They shouldn't be there on a smaller size, you know. So if we look at key stats, I'm going to say that display is none. Alright, okay. So what we want to do then is let's just take those key stats right out here. So it's like that. Do you see how that's gone really close to the edge here? That's a wee bit of a downer, innit? So let's see if we can do something about that. Because on those wraparound phones, that's going to look garbage. So, Forgive me, my hands is slow here. I've got this thing on my wrist. Right, okay. Okay, it looks like it's this hide after large thing that we're dealing with. So let's see if we can find that. Right, let me just change the intro text. Come on. No. Right, this here, I'll say max width is... Now let me make it a crazy old number. Alright, good, so it is aligned to the centre. So let's just make it 92. And it just gives it a wee bit of breathing space, you know? Yeah, 92 is good. Okay, so here we go. This is hopefully the last one of these. So on a tiny screen we get that, then we get that, then we get that. It's a frigging train wreck, innit? I have no idea why it's doing that stupid blue line there. And I don't even think I care to find out. Right, let me look at the key stats thing again. Okay, so we'll have a little media query here. Maybe at 1100, where the display type becomes grid. So that should bring our key stats back. It's so bad. Ah, jeez. Or is it display type flex? Ah, there we go. Okay, that is very, very far from perfect, but it's acceptable and I have stuff to do. So let's just upload this thing then, shall we? And great programmer joins us here. It's Ahoy to you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How on earth are you? You know, I always wonder what you folks are up to. I mean, you know, my assumption is that you must be building something, right? I wonder what it is. Maybe not. Maybe it would be a sad state of affairs if you were... Nah, that's not true. That's not true. Enough of the false humility. I ain't even gonna finish that sentence. Alright, that's the new homepage. Thank you very much indeed. And God bless America. So let me upload this thing. I'm just using FileZilla for this stuff. It's nothing fancy. So if you'll give me just a wee minute, I'm gonna just upload this, okay? I'll be right back. Alright kids, so that should be us just about. Now I need to purge the cache. Check it out, we're getting 563 uniques per day, which is not too bad, you know. But let's just purge everything. And I'm doing that because I've changed some styling stuff, you know. So if we now head over to the Trongate site. Ouch. Haha, it's a disaster. Isn't that something? You really have to wonder. I don't really get why that's not working. Right, we got it there, right? Can you believe that? So what on earth just happened there? You know, I used to use a thing called Deploy HQ, and it was really good for stuff like this, you know. And I'm gonna have to bring it back because this is a mugs game. This stuff, you know. Alright, so what do we do here? What do we do here? What do you reckon? I have options. Revert. Grab a wee black coffee. Pop a modafinil. E-tech support. Well, I tell you what, maybe that's exactly who I need. Welcome. We've got great programmer showed up as well, I just noticed. Very good to see you folks. Welcome. As you can see, I'm making a complete pig's ear of this website here. But that's okay. We've been through worse, right? We've been through worse. So let's see. Now, I think that offline it looks quite good. This is offline, right? I don't know what this thing is. Right, there's no question that it looks okay offline. Online, it looks totally garbage. Now, is it to do with stuff getting cached? You can see the page is taking ages to load here. Right, while we wait on that, let's see if we can figure out what's going on with this. So if we inspect here, right, I think I've got an idea of what it could be. I think it might be, no, it can't be a welcome module. Oh geez, what is this? Right, first thing I'm doing, taking this stupid damn thing off my wrist. I'll just go with a sore wrist. At least I'll be able to type. Alright. So, right, I can move. Good. Now let me inspect. So we've got hide after large without any definition whatsoever here. When we go offline, do the same thing, look at hide after large, suddenly it appears, and it appears on this dark neon CSS thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open that in a new tab. So here's our dark neon thing, and if we have a look at hide, was it? Right, so you can see that this has got things like show after large. This is dark neon here, okay? Now, if we go to the actual home page here, then we do a similar vibe. Now I'm going to go, now we're looking again, show after large it's called, right? So I'm looking for show, and as you can see it absolutely is not there. Show after large is not, I repeat, definitely not there. So if we look at the offline one on the other hand, show after large is there, so that's the problem. Therefore, this is on Trongate themes, dark neon, blah 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 blah. I'm not even going to mess about. I'm going to just upload the entire themes folder for this, and hopefully that'll work. My stomach is doing Chewbacca impersonations here because I've fallen out of bed and I haven't ate a thing, and I do apologise for that. But in any event, let's grab the themes folder here. I'm going to take the entire dark neon theme across. So that is going to live alongside these other ones here, you know. So shall we dance? Oh, shall we dance? Here we go. Okay, so let's see if this does the trick. Alright, well as you can see that appears to have worked. Let me look at this on my phone. Looks really good on a phone, you know. This is great. It looks really good on a phone actually. I'm loving it. I'm just waiting on the news page here, which is a bit slow for some reason. Damn. It must be to do with that purging of the cache stuff, you know? Ah, it's loaded now. Okay. It's really looking good, folks. Alright, I'm happy. I'm happy. Everybody getting that looking okay? I do hope so. Alright, so let me just get a little iron brew from the fridge and then we'll do some coding, okay? I'll be right back. Alright kids, alright. Well, I hope you're having a good day, whatever you're doing, and hopefully this will be a good day. And now, here we are, it's been an hour and 25 minutes and we've not even written a single line of code yet, you know? Which is pretty outrageous when you think about it. But that's all about to change. Oh yes it is. So, my whole theory is if I spend one day a week where I just work on the Trongate ecosystem, like what we're doing just now, this framework is going to be fantastic, you know. So that's the vibe, and here's to you. Is there anything that you would like to have fixed or changed? Is there anything at all that I should be aware of for anybody who uses the Trongate framework? Do let me know. This is your chance, you know. Let me know if there's anything at all. Okay, I've set myself 3 very ambitious goals for the day, and here they are. I want to figure out, or I want to redo how GET requests are handled on the Trongate API Explorer. At the moment, the system is really messy, but now that we've got our Employee of the Month here, I think we can clean it up. You'll see what this means in just a minute. Next, I'd like to do a wee bit of work on the calendars. We've got 1 or 2 issues there, and just going to write some notes for myself. Right. And then we've got a wee issue on the docs. So this is what we are going to work on, right? Now to begin, I'm going to open up the Trongate desktop app here. And I'm going to create a new app called Please Delete 4. I've got tons of apps on this computer, and I need to remember which ones it's okay to delete, you know. So here we go. We're choosing a location, and we're just going to generate. Okay, now let's make the fastest task manager, or do the fastest task manager build ever. Okay, so this is a wee task manager here we've got. No big deal. And here's how it looks. So we'll chuck in a new task record here. Good. I'll do one more. Maybe we'll even have that one as complete. Okay, so there's our 3 tasks. Now, what we're going to do next is we're going to head to API, Explorer, Tasks. And this is where it gets difficult or complicated. If we do a GET request, well, okay, we've got our token here. Now, I'm going to actually just do something about that. So, let me open up that new site. So it's right here, please delete 4. And it's not that one. There it is, it's that one. All right. Okay, so I'm going to open up the tasks API.json file. And where it says authorization, I'm going to say a little star here. And that means all. So that means that now I can just submit this. And I no longer need to worry about tokens and stuff like that. Now, if we think about the different things that we can do when it comes to ordering stuff, we can obviously say order by ID, you know, ascending, descending, stuff like that. We can add in things like limits and offsets. Well, that's pretty much that. So this is where the difficulty comes in, because I made this system that lets you pass in parameters such as order by, and let's just say something like ID descending. And that all looks very well. But if you look at the URL here, this is a disaster. You know what I mean? And if I say something like order by task title and then comma ID descending, well, look at this. So this is the URL that you go to. And at the time I was just winging it, but there's no way that this is acceptable, you know? So what we're going to do is we're going to change it, and we're going to create a format that's more consistent with the rest of the web development community. And to do this, we're going to talk to our employee of the month. So I am building a web application with a REST API. This API endpoint will be used to interact with a tasks database table. The URL for my API is going to be that. Then I'm gonna Let me take a wee trip to PHP My Admin. Okay, so let's export tasks. So here we go. Back to the employee of the month. Here's the SQL for the tasks table. All right. So here we go. Looks like you're building a RESTful API that interacts with a task database. The SQL includes a table schema, some sample data and indexes. Here's a breakdown of what each section of the code is doing. Okay, I'm going to just say stop generating. We know what that's doing. Thanks. Now, let's assume that I would like to go to the following. Let's assume that I have the following URL endpoint. Okay. Okay, so let's assume that I have the following URL endpoint. My goal is to invoke, or is to have an HTTP GET request that generates the following SQL query. So if we look at this one, we're saying select all from tasks, order by that, right? Select all from tasks, order by, and we've got task underscore title. What URL? What? I'm trying to work out what needs to be added onto the URL to invoke that query. Can you tell me what the full URL should be to achieve this? Okay, here we go. And this, right, that's excellent. That's excellent. Hey, Kyle is here. How you doing, Kyle? Kyle! Nice to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. Very good to see you here. Well, did anybody know about this stuff? Now, just to show you what's going on for anyone who's just joining, we have an API manager. This is probably the most important part of the whole framework, arguably, actually. I think so. So, the trouble is, I've got these crazy URLs here. Just look at them. And it's not good at all, you know. So this right here, this is what we're talking about. And that's really, really good. So let me just ask a question. Thanks. Suppose I wanted to select all from tasks where ID is greater than 3 and I want the results to be ordered by task title descending. What would the URL for that be? I have to find out. Well, well, well. I'm surprised. I thought it would be localhost. Please delete 4. So API get tasks. So if you think about the way it did it first time, we're trying to establish rules for doing this, you know. So supposing we say ID is greater than 3. Now what else did I say? And sort. No, and order. Jeez. Okay, and sort equals minus task title. Your URL is almost correct, but the query string parameters need to be okay. Can you create a simple PHP function that accepts a poorly formatted URL string and URL encodes the string? This is incredible, isn't it? So this is saying we use this and encode it. That does that. Note the HTTP build URL is not included in the default distribution, so you may need to install it. Alternatively, you can use the HTTP build URL query function instead, which is built into PHP. Well, there's your answer, so let's copy that. So let's give this a wee try, shall we? If we look at tasks, and then we'll just say something like function test. Alright, so if I say something like this URL here, now let's just say good URL is, and we're going to call upon this little beauty here, which is called encode URL. So we're going to just say encode URL, we're going to pass in our original URL, and then we'll just echo URL. Why does test produce an error? Oh, did I copy the wrong one? Okay. Jeez, oh. I tried that, but I get the following error. Still doing it. Well, that's using that HTTP build query thing again that it said a minute ago it doesn't have. So encoded URL is build URL out of the parts. Oh, hang on. This is really bizarre. I'm still getting an error. Here's my code. And here's the error. Don't let me down now. No. Alright, here we go. Are we feeling confident here? No, we are not. Well, I'm going to give this thing another couple of tries and then I'll do it myself. What do you reckon? Well, we know that this one's not going to work either. It's utterly hopeless. It's utterly hopeless. Alright, let me view the page source. Yeah, hello to you, Cuckoo, who, and I think you're absolutely right there. This is garbage. How useless is this? Right, I'm done with ChatGPT. It's utterly garbage. So we'll figure it out ourselves, right? Let's start off. ChatGPT, whatever the heck it's called. It is a joke. Let's just do this ourselves. Alright, so you can see that we've got a path and we've got a query. Oh, hang on. Yep. Now that worked, but it's encoding the first part. So we're not quite there yet, but we're getting close, right? Right. Don't worry, we'll get this. So you can see that we've got this encode URL thing going on, and it breaks this thing up. If we say JSON parts true, you'll see that it breaks these things into two here. We get a path, we get a query. Now if we added in just some crazy old string, like suppose we said URL equals rock and roll, kind of a meaningless URL, it would then say we've only got a path. If we said that the URL is www.whatever.com, it would count that as a path. If we said whatever, it does that. So it seems to be that when you add in the HTTP blah blah blah, then it figures out scheme, host and path. Okay, so the bit that we want to take the URL that comes in here and figure out what the path is. Do you know what I mean? So What we're going to do then is we're going to say if is set parts path. Let's just do a little echo gotcha for all the time it takes. So that says gotcha, right? Now if we do a meaningless thing, that says gotcha as well, right? Okay, fair enough. So if we now say duff string is parts path, and we echo duff string, we get this, right? So supposing we then say that good string or safe string equals, and we're going to call upon URL encode on duff string, then we're going to say encoded URL is string replace. So we're going to replace the duff string with the safe string. We're going to do that to the URL. Now otherwise we'll just say that the encoded URL equals the URL. And finally we're going to say encoded URL is trim encoded URL, and then we just return it. Something like that. But on the other hand, this is a wasted line here. So if we do that, and then we go like this, oh, I've said decode. Well, of course, we echo the good URL. And that's it. Now, that's it. That's it. Got it. Thank you, Stefan. You were absolutely right. Okay, that's excellent. So now we have our fabulous encode URL feature here, right? Okay. So we'll put that behind us, right? You had suggested a URL of Okay, here we go. Back to the heaviness. Both URL formats achieve the same result, which is to retrieve a list of tasks with an ID greater than 3. However, there are some differences. And you suggested you encoded it as that to make it a valid URL character. I used the JSON format to define the where filter, which didn't require encoding. While both approaches are valid, using JSON may be more readable than complex filters. Query parameter format. In your suggested URL format, you use the query parameter format IDs greater than 3. I suggest use JSON, blah 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 blah. RESTful conventions typically use a resource-oriented approach to URL design, where the resource is identified by the URL path and additional parameters are passed as queries. In this context, the URL I suggested may be considered more RESTful because it follows this convention more closely. That's excellent. Okay, that's the answer that I needed. So there's okay. Yep. Okay, this is now my mission for the weekend then. I've got to get this working. Okay, good. So this is kind of complicated, isn't it? Just trying to explain these wee bits and pieces, you know? Okay, for example, to return records with an ID of 2, the user may enter the following into the text area. Alright, we're just training it here, no real questions. Now, hold on a minute. Right, I have to figure out, is that using PHP or JavaScript? Now this is called submit request. That's the name of the function, right? So let's just do a site-wide search for submit request and we'll figure out, you miserable thing, it's all condensed. Oh jeez, this is bad. This is bad. Right, all of this is garbage. And you can see that it's using JavaScript. So, alright. 2 seconds. Okay, this is a disaster. Not a total disaster, actually, but GPT is just turning out to be pretty garbage today, you know? So, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new chat. And I'm going to just start from basics, right? Are there any RESTful frameworks that let a user submit a form with a text area that represents some parameters for an SQL okay. Okay, cool. Right, I'm gonna just talk to this thing. Alright, I'm not sure if anybody's watching this, but this conversation has taken an interesting turn. And it seems that the business of generating queries that I'm using here is potentially problematic. And this is suggesting that there are other ways of achieving the same thing. And it mentions one possible example as being Postman. So let's imagine we take, for example, this thing here and we say get, right? Well, we can see right here we've got these query parameters with key and value. So if I say something like ID and then I say something like 3, you can see that that gets added to the URL there. Now let's say that the value is less than 3. Well, set as variable. URL encode component. I see. So this seems to be okay. This is interesting. Maybe this is the way to do this. Maybe Swagger's closer to what we want. So let's see if we can find that. Okay, so here's Swagger. And you can see it's very similar to what we've got here. Now, let's say parameters, try it out. I have no idea what that means. So that's saying status is pending. Right, that's how they're doing it. Okay. I've had a quick look at Well, there's no way I'm going to use Laravel. I don't want to touch it. Okay. All right. Okay. In Postman, how do you submit limit and offset for GET requests? Look at how Google no longer works. Somebody did a video about this and they were absolutely right. Google does not work. Oh, so you just say limit, offset. Okay. Okay, do you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to build an interface that does it and makes it look beautiful. I actually think I can do a better job than Postman. Call me arrogant. I don't care. It's how we got here, right? So, thank you, Rajiv, who says it seems that ChatGPT has not been updated to solve your query. Please try again later. Exactly. Well, do you know what, Rajiv? Do me a favour, man. Touch the screen. Touch the screen. Because you are listening to a dude. I'm going to whoop ChatGPT and Postman, Swagger, Laravel, and all of that other bullshit right now. Let me get a swig of black coffee. Because I'm about to build the best goddamn whatever the heck it's called ever. That's it. I've had it with the bullshit. Now, the question is, I've got one modafinil. Should I take it or should I do this coding session straight? Oh. I have one. We'll have a little poll and see what you folks think. I'll let you think about it. I shall respect the result of the poll. I shall respect the result of the poll. It's vote time. Ding, 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 ding. Alright folks, in case anybody's looking at the screen and wondering where did he go, we are having a little vote just now on the screen, and I shall respect the results of the vote, you know, so I'm just waiting to see what you folks say. Well, alright, you crazy bastards. You have spoken. And I'm listening. It's quite clear to me that this whole thing is falling on its ass. So it's time for some drastic measures. You've said that you think I should take the last modafinil, and I'll take your advice. Okay then, so let me just do this. Usually takes about 15 minutes to kick in, you know, but we'll see what happens. Alright, it is done. Right, we are now wired and locked and loaded. Shall we build the best fucking API manager in the history of web development? Shall we build it? Yes, we shall. Yes, we fucking well shall. And here's the start point. Here's the start point. DC 2.0 has arrived. So let's just see, what does this description thing do? Apparently nothing. So we've got a wee thing here. That equals that. That equals that. Okay. So let's just build the bastard, right? So what we'll do is we're going to go to this little beauty here, okay? Now the first thing that we're going to do is see when we get a GET request, this parameters bullshit is bullshit. We're no longer going to be dealing with this, okay? So instead, when we do, if we do a post request, it's acceptable to have parameters defined like this. But if we do a GET request, the parameters should be different. So here's what we're going to do. Our opening salvo is we want to figure out what is it that makes this open. What exactly is the thing that makes that appear? Now as you look here, you can see that it says init onClick equals open modal, as you can see. And then it's passing in a couple of things like get and request type, stuff like that, you know. So let's head to where that thing lives, and we're going to look for open modal. Okay, now you can see unfortunately that we have got a big old bunch of bullshit here with all of these different functions, and it's really confusing. And we've kind of got a custom open modal thing here. Do you see that? This is custom, that's right. So if we go like this, we can now see that, geez, look at all of this stuff. Alright, well, I am going to do the unthinkable. Let's go to a JavaScript deminifier, unminifier. Let's paste that in and unminify. Okay, so we've now got a bunch of stuff. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to take that out of here. Actually, I'm feeling a bit crazy, you know that? Let's just unminify all of this stuff. There we go. So copy that, paste in, and I tell you what, I think that's looking fantastic. Okay, good. And yes, I'm so much of a perfectionist, we'll just do new lines and you know, try and get it looking decent, right? Oops. Okay, good. Now I'm gonna refresh this thing and just make sure that it still works. I see that we've got a few errors there. And you know, that's fine. So let's go back to the full size. Okay. Now if I close, well, if I just hit submit, you'll see that that's good. And if I do something, well, I don't know what happened there. But if I do something like that and then submit, you'll see that that works. Now, oh, it looks like Stefan's off. Okay, bless you, Stefan. Thanks for passing by. We appreciate you. We certainly do. So, okay, this is all looking pretty fine. I'm concerned about this assertion failed thing. I have no idea what that is all about. But we're not going to worry about it right now. The key thing is that we do appear to have deminified stuff. So now I'm going to open up this modal thing here. And alright. Okay, so we're going to inspect. Bring up the console. I'm going to click. And you'll see that it says rock and roll. Now, let's click on, or let's see what that E thing is, right? So I'm going to do a wee plus E. Hard reload, click again, and you'll see that it says get. Good. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say if T is equivalent to get, we do something like that. Else it is, oh no, it's E, it's not T. So here we go. So that's the get vibe, and that's the get vibe, or that's get by post. Aye. Okay. So these ones here, you can see that the parameters are disabled. So we've got get one exists, and then we've also got count. You know. So probably we should do this for count as well, now that I think of it. So probably for get, for count, and I think that's it. So we'll go back up here, and we'll just say, if it's get, or E is count. Okay, Okay, so here we go. So you can see that we click on that, we can close it, click on that, and there we go. Now this get thing, you can see that here we're doing different changes right here. So you can see that if it's post, for example, it looks like we're adding this stuff on, and then we'll get put in delete, you know. I actually can't even read that. Right, let me look at this model content get. I'd like to find the bit that changes that, you know? It looks like it's here. Oh gee. Hi, okay. So let me have a look here. Anybody know what the heck's going on? Okay, let's say draw params builder. Here we're gonna say hide params builder. Okay. Now let's assume that draw params builder so let's assume that we take this thing. Now I'm going to copy that selector and I'm going to say const params text area is document.query selector, and then we chuck in this, and then I'm just going to say params text area dot style dot display is none. So what that means is that when I click on this, you can see that that text area has completely gone away. If we click on another, we're getting an error here because it's looking for hide params builder. So let's just say hide params builder. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'll comment this out. And we'll click on this. If we look at computed, you'll see that the display type is inline block. So we're going to say inline block like this, and there you go. So what we've now built is a little system that's going to hide the text area and then makes it reappear. Pretty cool, right? So if I go to, for example, count, you'll see that it's hidden. But if I go to something like create, you'll see that this appears. Perfect, right? Perfect. So now we're going to have a params builder, if you know what I mean. So if you think about this get request here, and then think about something like postman, we've basically just got key value so basically key and value, but I'm going to add operator. And supposing we say okay, what we'll do is we'll go up to where that text area is. Okay, here's our text area. No, it's not. There's our text area. So right here we can say, let's have a params builder. And I'll just say params builder for the moment. We should be able to see it. So as you can see, it says params builder. Params builder. Now, params builder by default is going to have a style of display type none. We're going to look at this here, and we're going to say const params builder is document get element by ID of params builder. And when we draw the params builder, we're going to say params builder dot style dot display is block, and of course that's params builder singular. But when we hide it, we say display is none. So what this is going to do is when our page loads here, you can see we've got a nice params builder, but when we go here, you cannot see it. It brings up the text area. Kinda cool, right? Kinda cool. And that's how it's going to go. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to have a little grid. So, if we look at this thing here, this is going to be a wee grid, right? And it's going to have like it's going to have certain rows in it, and each row here at least is going to have 3 things. We're going to have column, operator, value. Now, let me just repeat a few of these. Okay. Now, if we go to params builder here, and I'll just style right here for the moment. I'm not worrying about style sheets right now. So I'm just going to go like this. I'm going to say that display type is grid. I'm going to say that the grid gap is 1F, and grid template columns is repeat 3 times at 1FR a pop. So what we end up getting is something like the following. Haha. Well, that certainly looks rather crap. I suppose I should have said params builder row. There you go. So we're going to have column, operator, value. So if we think in terms of maybe like something like task title, maybe you're going to say something like equals, and maybe you're going to say something like 3, you know, this is how it's going to work. So you do something like that, and then we can have right, so underneath that we could potentially have something like maybe we could have like limit with, I don't know, some kind of drop down, and maybe this could be either a space, or better still, we could make it like limit offset like that. And then, now that I think of it, we could make this one have order by. So we could say something like order by, and then that would be the order by field, and this would be the direction. So if we just refresh this, have a wee look, we've now got parameters, that, we order by, offset, and there you go, right? Okay, now let's take the parameters builder here, and we'll add in a little margin downstairs, 3M, let's see. So you can see that that's now happening. We've got a nice wee space here, and everything is starting to look beautiful, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to look at this postman thing and just try and get some idea of how they do this. If we take this URL here, for example, or even I don't know, a URL, I suppose it can be anything. Let's say this URL. Well, you can see that we've got this thing here that says parameters. So we've got key value. Well, let's say key operator value, and we'll have a wee params header in here. Now for the params header, was that a class? I think it was. Okay, so for that we're just going to say text transform is uppercase. So as we go like that, you can see that we've got key operator value. But do you know something? We're struggling to fit this in, aren't we? We are struggling. So we should make this full width exactly like the way the thing is. Aye, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. So okay, we're going to go to the engine, views. This API Explorer is now going to be renamed to API Explorer old.php. I'm going to copy this stuff because I quite like it. I'm going to make a new folder here. I'll call it junk. Put that there. Okay, now I'm going to go. I'm going to take that out completely. Good. Now you see this row here? I'm going to say style is border, 3 picks, red solid. API, Explorer. Alright. Okay, so we've now got this vibe going on here. And let's look at Postman. Postman's kind of a different vibe, innit? Okay. What I think we might be able to do with this is just thinking. Alright, what I'll do is I'll add in right, there's our first text area. This would appear to be a form. And you can see that we've got a border here that takes on board the whole thing, you know? Now, alright, that's not going to work either. Damn. My challenge is just simply fitting it in, you know? Right, here's an idea. Here's an idea. Let's take us back. Okay, so if I hit get, this opens up. Okay, so I'm going to rename this, and I'm going to call it Draw Params Builder button. And this one here I'm going to call Hide Params Builder button. Now if we refresh, we'll get an error, I think, because it cannot find anything by the name of Params Builder or anything like that. So let's rename this thing. Instead of calling it Params Builder, we'll call it Params Builder BTN. Then we're going to head upstairs, find the first text area that appears right here, and then right around here we're going to go like that, and we'll just say BTN. So what happens now is when we click this, you can see that we've got a button here that's going to say Open Params Builder. But when we close this and then we hit that, we suddenly get the normal parameters appearing. So that's good, right? So if we look at 3 pixels, this is our border. Okay. So something I have to figure out. Supposing we do a paragraph that says hello there, and suppose we go into PHP and we do a for loop. Yeah, that's what I wanted to check. I don't really like the way that this allows this insane scroll thing to happen. So I'm going to have to watch for that. Okay. Change of plan. Let me look at the API Explorer. Here. Pasting in. So that's us all back to square one, which probably seems like we've just wasted our time. But nay, I tell you, nay, we've not just wasted our time. And here's why. Well, I've figured out what I'm going to do with this thing. So when I look at these endpoints here, and when I look at the thing that says open modal, you can see that what's happening here is we're looking through some endpoints here, right? And it's calling this open modal feature here. Now, that funnily enough, it has the effect of opening up the modal thing that we saw previously, which is of course that thing there. But maybe we could do open an alternative modal. So for example, we've got get, post, put, delete. Now let me look at get again. It's not those ones. We've got different themes, as you can see. We've got different endpoint names. Do you know what? It's going to be a crazy decision and it won't be too popular, but I think I'm going to rebuild it. I think I am, because I honestly believe I can do a better job. Whenever I made this, I was good, but I was not as good as I am right now. So I'm going to just rebuild this damn thing. To hell with it. Let's just rebuild it. Here we go. Here we go. There's a whole lot about this that I really like, you know. But again, I think I can do a better job these days. So, let's just call this one API Explorer Orig. That of course means that this page just does not work. Okay. Now, this is a view file here that's being loaded. And you can see that we've got a thing called Explorer. And basically what this does is it loads up an HTML file just using require once, you know. So we're going to go and say API Explorer.php. Good. Perfect. Right, now I'm going to open up please delete me 4. Okay, I'm going to go to API, Explorer, Tasks. Damn. Oh, this one's jobs, right, okay. So here we go. Fine. Okay, good. So this is what we're aiming for. Now, if we look at the tasks one here, if we chuck in a duff table name, it says invalid table name, so that's excellent, right? So we are going to rebuild this entire page, and we're going to do it from scratch. And it's not as difficult as it seems. So the first thing that we'll do, if we just keep a wee eye on this as a reminder of what's happening. Let's start off by doing a basic HTML page. You can see we've got a wee bit of CSS in here. We're going to have a page title that says API Explorer. And then up here here will link to something like that. Now previously we linked to W3 schools, which is insane. So already we're improving this thing, you know. And there you go. Alright, 2 seconds. Alright, so the next stage of this process is we're going to just do the basic page layout, right? So we're rebuilding this thing here. Now I do like these colours, you know, so I'm going to try and stick to them if I possibly can. And looks like that sort of colour here. Okay, and it also looks like I've called that top row. I'm quite happy just using divs. I don't care about semantic HTML. So I'll just say top row, and I'll do some styling right here. So let's just say that top row is going to have a background colour of that. So here we go. There we go. Now also I'll just say, what else? Right. You can see that okay, so that's going the full width, and here it's got Trongate API Explorer, which is probably an H1, maybe not. Anyway, it's got the logo, then it's got the token thing, right? So we're going to just go like this, and we're going to just say Trongate API Explorer. So that's your vibe. Now on this top row, we're going to say that the colour is all the E's, like that. And I'm going to say that display is flex, flex direction is row, line items is center, justify content, space between, there we go. So now I'm going to say if it's top row and it's a direct descendant div, then the padding will stick to pixels, is something like that. Now if we happen to be dealing with the div of nth child 1, then the font size will be 1.4M. And that's pretty cool, right? I don't think we need any more space or anything for this. It does the job, you know. Now over on the right hand side we're going to have our set token stuff going on here. So I will build that later on actually. But now I just want to focus on this table here. If I zoom in, it looks like we've got just an ordinary table with a clear line here, you know. So let's let's just draw some sample content, you know. So we'll think in terms of a main area here. Maybe it is going to be a wee bit semantic. And I'll just do a little paragraph. Okay, so this is our vibe, you know. Now, let's assume that we're going to have a div here with a class of container. And let's assume that that div is going to contain this stuff. Now, as you can see, this one here is quite wide. I'm going to get the width of it. And as you can see, it's 1400 wide. And it's a table, which I don't know if I'm into. But in any event, let's just say that the container, let's just say main dot container. Now I can do any width I want here. You know, because I'm being precise, it's going to oh, pardon me, I noticed my music's too loud. Because I'm being precise here with regards to defining this thing, it means it's going to overwrite anything that comes before, you know. So here we are, and we've got this table here, and it has a width of 1400. A table's actually not a bad idea, you know. So let me just say 1400 pixels. Okay, so that's our table. It's going to be 40, or at least it's where the table's going to live, right? So in here, we are indeed going to have this table going on. But you can see right away at the start, we've got an H4. This H4 is going to have the table name. Like that. And then it's going to have the actual table. So the table has got 4 columns on it. And let's give the table an ID of endpoints TBL. So we're going to have a table heading. There's going to be 4 of these little beauties. And we've got request type, endpoint name, URL, segments, then description. So if we now refresh here, you can see we've got this vibe. Now moving along, we've got these rows that appear. So we're going to say T body, then TH with 4 TDs. So with this, you're going to have a button. Now let's just do the button right now. And I'll just say something like get, for example, you know. Then I'll do another thing here that's going to just say the word get. So that would be the endpoint name. The URL segments is going to be API get job, something like that. And finally, we're going to get a description that says fetch rows or whatever. Okay, so now our table looks a wee bit like this. Alright. Now, I'm going to do a few rows. And we'll just kind of roughly map out how this thing could look. So for example, here we might have post. Down here you can see we've got put. Then we've got delete. Alright. So there we go. And if we refresh, there's our sample table. Now our next job is we want to just make it look nice, and I actually really like these buttons here. So I think I'll start with that. Let's just see if we can get as close to this as we possibly can. Now immediately we can get the font size, which is coming in at 15. We've got Railways, the font family. I think we've got text transform uppercase. So let's okay, so let's just say if we are dealing with endpoint table and if it happens to be a button, let's start with text transform uppercase. So you can see that they've now gone uppercase. The next thing we'll do is we'll say that the width is going to be 100%. And then I'm going to say that the font weight is going to be bold. And then the question is, what is it that's determining the width of this? Now that's saying 94 pixels, but I don't know what it is that's causing that. Is it this? No. I don't know. Well, what we could do is we could say max width and then use characters. So we could say something like, now if I say 7M, do you see how it's gone narrower? Which is kind of cool, kind of cool. Now let's go back up to the top again and think about our endpoints table. And with those THs, we're going to say that the text align is left. This is going to be pretty much a default, you know. So you can see that that's now gone to the left. But we are going to have our description, which is here, with a class of text right. And if we refresh, you miserable thing. Alright, so maybe what we can do is say endpoints th last child is going to have a text align of right. There you go. So that's what we're talking about. Now we can also do that with our TD. So both of them have now got a text align of right. You can see that already it's starting to look kind of similar to this, you know. Now the next thing that I want to do is remove the background colour. We've got this blue background here and I don't really like it, to be entirely honest, you know. So let's see if we can get rid of that. And immediately I'm seeing a border, and on the THs I'm seeing a background colour. So let's just say that the THs have now got a background colour of none. Let's refresh. Darn it. Maybe I should just say maybe I should just say TH background color none. No. Alright. Oh, it's saying it's an invalid property. Okay, could it be transparent? Is that what they want? It is what they want. I never even knew it. Right, okay, so that takes care of that. Now let's just assume that the background colour for the THs and the TDs is always going to be transparent. And the TRs for that matter. Right, now we've got a wee bit of an issue with some... It looks like there's some rows or something here that are getting a wee tint, and I don't want it. I really want to stick to this, you know. So the question is, what is it that's giving it the tint here? Can we see? I think it might be something like this. Yeah, there we go. So now we're really starting to get in the land of the living here, right? I'll just do that for a bit of consistency. Okay, now next, for our THs and our TDs, border is none. And look at this. Won't you look at that? I think that's looking fantastic. Now we've got a really beautiful wee faint border here that I quite like. So let me just see what that's coming from. So you can see it's saying it's a wee downstairs border, I think, that we've got. Alright. So let's say then that the TR is going to have a border downstairs. I'll give it 1 pix red solid just so we can really see the thing. There it is right there. Now, okay, one moment. On the THs, we're going to say that the colour is black. In fact, I think that that should be the colour on the entire table. So for the end points table, colour is black. There you go. Now, the endpoints table where the T head is going on. Okay, so the table head TR is going to be different from the T body TR. The T body TR is going to have that border, but the T head TR will not. So maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. Hold on. Oh no, I'm actually right. Aye, that's right. Except yeah, that's fine. If I say TR or T body TR of nth last child, I could say border bottom none. Damn. Okay, so here we'll just say nth last child. Can you believe that? Okay, well, did I get the last one? Well, I did have the last one. Well, I'm being too damn fussy as usual here, you know. So what I'll do then is right. Okay, so the button is going to have a margin of 0. That tightens that up a wee bit. And where we've got this red border, we're going to change that to all the C's, which gives us this. So that looks pretty good, right? Pretty good. Now, the main area is also just going to have a color of black. Yeah, that's right. So that's all black, you know. The H4, I'll just say main H4, that's the table name. That is going to have a font size of 33. Now, how big is it here? Font size, it's 30. Alright, there we go. Perfect, right? Looks pretty good. Now, these buttons of ours are going to have different colours depending on what they do. We're going to have, and we've probably already done this previously. Yeah, so we're just going to have, with these buttons, we'll just say class equals, and we'll say button get. This one is going to be button post. We'll have a little put button. And finally, button delete. Perfect. Now they're not going to do anything just yet because of course we haven't defined them yet, you know, but that all changes now. So what we do is we are going to say that the button get one so that's btn get, and we're going to say background color is that. So if we refresh, you can, oh gee, that looks terrible. Okay, that's the color that we want. Okay, that's pretty good. And we'll say that the border is 1 pix, that color, solid. Okay, now I'll do the hover later on, but let me get these other ones in. So this is our post buttons. So we just say btn post. Background color is that. Border, 1 pix, that, solid. And look at how fast you can build when you're using this framework. It's so damn easy. Alright, here's our put buttons. They have a background color of that and a border of 1 pix, that, solid. You can see that's all coming together kind of nicely, Here comes the delete buttons. So it's Okay, there you go. Not too bad, right? Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get our hover effect working here. The way that this works is quite easy. We don't have to be too scientific. You just grab the colour, drag down. Doesn't have to be too much. Nor does it have to be... actually, I'm just going to... Give me just a wee moment. So we repeat and we say hover, do you know what I mean? So you do that and you say colon hover. Here we go again. Alright. Okay, so the vibe is we want our colour to darken a wee tiny bit, you know? So once again, we just... Why is that looking a bit squashed up there? Okay, so if we go like that, let's just see how that's doing. Okay, that's actually it's a wee bit extreme, that. Give me a minute. There we go. So just a wee bit, you know. Okay, that's cool. So now we'll go on and do the post one. So you just head down a wee smidge. Do the same with these put ones here. Oops. Alright, I'll just go straight on to the delete one. Okay, cool. So we should now have nice wee hover effects on these different buttons here, which is kind of cool. One of the things that's potentially a challenge with this table here is what if the screen's too small for the table, you know? Now there's different ways of dealing with this, but I'm going to just say overflow container. So we'll make a div called overflow container, and our table here is going to go inside this. And I don't expect people to be using their mobile phones to access this stuff. But if they do, you can see that the table's broken here, right? So what we're going to do then is we're going to say overflow container has got a max width. Now I'm just going to give it a crazy old number. And then I'm just going to say margin 0 auto. Okay. And then I'm going to say overflow auto. Okay, so what that means is that if we're unlucky enough to go on a really, really small screen, then with a wee bit of luck, Jeez, oh. Yeah, so do you see how we've got that overflow thing going on there? With a scroll bar, you know? I suppose I have to wonder if that is really the best way. Might no be. I'm also wondering, why is that thing cutting off? Why would it do that? Width 100% of the viewport width. Come on. Ah, gee. Well, well, well. Right, hold on. That top thing is really bugging me. So I'm going to just quickly deal with that. All right. So chucking in a wee bit of styling. Okay. Well, that seems all right, doesn't it? That seems fine. 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 Ah, right. Could it be this? I think it is. So when I say main container width is 1400, that should really be max width is 1400. But I'm going to just say that the width is... Let me just break things a wee minute. Okay, so if I go like this and say main, then container, then do a wee bit of lorem, right? Maybe make it full size here. Okay, that is actually perfect. So we're going to be saying max width is 1400. That's it. So that now behaves perfectly. Okay, we're good. We are good. Alright. Now I'm going to bring back all of this stuff again. The only thing I think I'm not going to bring back is I don't know about this overflow container idea. I really don't know if that is a good idea or not. In any event, there's a page container. Let's paste in. Now you can see that I've added in this overflow container that lets us kind of scroll the table. And you know what? Maybe I will go with that. It's not the worst idea in the world, you know? It's really not the worst idea in the world, that. Yeah, we'll just go with that. It's quite simple, you know. I don't, like I say, I don't think anybody will be doing this on their phone anyway, so no need to get too worried about this stuff. Okay, so there's our thing. And I think that's looking alright. I don't know where these weird hover effects are coming from. That's a bit strange, isn't it? Let's see if we can see. It looks like Trongate CSS has got some... Yeah, there you go. See this? So let's overwrite that stuff. There it is right there. So if we just say FF0000, it's going to make it go red, which kind of confirms that. And you know something, that was quite a happy accident. I like that. I do like that. So what we'll do is we'll take this colour at the top here, right? And then let's chuck that in. But we'll make it like really faint, you know? So we get something like this, but maybe even more faint. Aha, now that's nice, isn't it? Funny thing is, I like the get thing here that we've got. Do you know what we could do if we want to be really like ninja level? I think I'll do it. I think I'll do it. So here's what we'll do to be ninja level. Let's add in a class of row get. This is going to be a class of row post. This is going to be row put. This is going to be row delete. Alright. So, here's what we'll do. Let's just say row get hover. Now I'll give it a crazy colour just to see if it works. Does not. Okay, let's try this. So TR with a class of row get hover. Right, I think that's it. Aye, that is it. So now that we've got that figured out, we take our original colour here, we add on 2 ones, and that makes it like faint, you know? That's right. So if we didn't have that, you can see it matches the button, but by adding on 2 ones, it gives it just a wee bit of opacity. Not too much, but enough to be cool. So now we're going to do the same here. Now, I don't know if you can see that, but those colours should be different. So you can see that that matches the button. In fact, do you know what? Let's just have them all matching their buttons, and then we'll worry about the opacity in a minute. So something like that. So here we're going to have TR row put. It's going to get this colour. And I might as well just go straight on to the delete one. TR row delete, the hover is that. Okay, excellent. There you go. So that's magical, you know, it's great. So now I'm going to take each of these things. Now I wonder if 2 is too much. No, that's kind of cool. I like that one. Is 1 a bit dull? Right, 2 gets it for that one. So that's our hover here. Now, if we go to the next one, I'll try those 2s again. Right, I think the 1s might work here. There we go. So now we head over to the put one, and that's quite strong, so I'm going to assume that the 1s will be cool with that. Maybe not, maybe it's the 2s. And then for the delete, that's pretty cool. I'll take the put one though and dull it down a wee bit. Alright, so now we've got nice wee background colours here that fit in with the colours of the buttons, you know? And I think that looks really, really cool. Okay, good. So we are rebuilding the API builder, and that is the vibe. And we can do this. We can absolutely do this within the allocated time frame. So the next thing that we'll do is we'll keep an eye on our original thing, which is here. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to loop through our data and add real data onto these table rows here instead of just this junk that we've got, you know. Now, I can look through this, I suppose, and try and do something with that, but I actually think that a better way of doing this is to just do a little JSON on the data and then do that. So then you can see that we've now got these endpoints here, you know. And to me, that's a lot more informative than faffing about, you know. So let's just see, you can see that they're called endpoints, right? So we're going to say, right in here, a little bit of PHP, for each endpoints as end point. Alright. Now we'll do that, and then we'll go like this, go like that. I'll keep this down here for the moment. But now you can see what we're looking for here, right? Now, let's do another little JSON on the old data. Let's look at endpoints with a key of 0. We don't have it. Alright, let's just look at endpoints. Alright, there you go. So you can see, for example, that we've got an endpoint called get, you know. So if I go like this and say get, there you go. So the endpoint itself is kind of useful here. So I'm going to say, let's just call this endpoint name assigned to, I presume this is an endpoint object. Okay. Now right here, I'm going to just echo get type endpoint object. Is this actually an object? It's not an object, it's an array. So there we go, now we know, right, this is an array. Okay, so moving on. We do have an endpoint name here. It just so happens that the endpoint name is the key for each of these things. So we're going to go right in here and we're just going to echo endpoint name. Simple as that. So now you can see all of those endpoint names here, and don't they look fantastic? The next thing that you can see is we've got a request type here. So what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to put the request type in here. So that's going to be endpoint array request type, like that. And if we refresh, you can see that we've got get, post, put, delete. So that all looks fantastic. Alright, the next thing that we've got is the button class, you know. Now, the button class is btn and then it's a hyphen. And what it's actually doing, I'm going to just say this actually, I'm going to say btn class equals, now it's going to be this vibe here, but it's going to be string to lower of that thing. So that's going to give us like get or something like that. But then we just do a little btn, a hyphen, and then we join that on. So that's now giving us a button class, which we can now chuck in here. And if we refresh, there's all of our button classes, and they look fantastic. Next, you can see that we've got a description, and just look at how easy it is to use this framework. We echo endpoint array, description. There you go. Let's refresh. There they are. Really good, right? Next, you can see that we've got URL segments, and that's pretty easy to do. So it's endpoint array URL segments. Now, I'm not going to call it endpoint array. I've had a think about it. I think I'm going to call it endpoint or endpoint row. Okay, so these are now all done, and that is pretty cool. Now we don't need these anymore. We can get rid of these. And our page is really starting to look quite nice now. Okay, so the next thing that we want to do is get the table name. So once again, I'll do a little JSON on the data, and we'll just see if we've got a table name. So I'm looking, and I cannot see a table name. Obviously, we've got the table name in the third segment of the URL. Is that what I did in the past? I don't know. I'm curious. What did we do in the past? What do you reckon? Well, you can see they've called it target module here. Do we have a target module? I don't remember seeing that. I don't see any target module. So alright, well, it looks like we do have a target module. It's just that for whatever reason I couldn't see it. But fair enough. Okay, so there we go. I never meant to do that. Alright, so this is our new thing, right? Let's just keep a look at it on a smaller screen. There you go. I think that's excellent. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to get these on-click event things happening. So, the idea here is that we're going to say on click equals, and I'm going to just say on click function equals. Now, what the heck is this going to be? Well, let's think about this. Okay. So I am going to do a little JSON on the endpoints just one more time. So you can see that we've got enable params is true, and we've got request type is get, right? So if we take count, for example, count has got a request type of get and enable params of true. So basically what I think we're going to do then is we're going to say if endpoint row request type is get. Now there's going to be a double condition here. So if that and enable, now it's called, you can see it's enable params, right? So it's actually end point row enable params is true. So if that's the case, then our onClick function is going to be open modal params builder. Otherwise, it's going to be open modal. Now what would we call this? Default, let's call it, right? So now we are in the land of JavaScript. We'll just do that. Then we'll say function open modal default. So if we now refresh this, have a wee click, well, of course I have to attach that onClick event here. So it's going to be onClick equals, and we're just going to echo onClick function. And there's no reason to make life difficult and have it all in one line. You can space it out and do what makes you feel good, you know. As Bob Ross would say, this is your world. You can do anything you like. Alright, now as we inspect this thing, okay, so let me just onClick equals, let me just do something like that. Alright, now that's saying open modal is not defined. So it's going to be onClick equals, and right in here, we're just going to echo whatever this onClick function is. Can you believe this? Well, do you know what? I'm going to do this a different way. I'm going to do this a completely different way. What I think I'll do is I'm going to say that the button class also equals, and we'll just say params builder, or maybe enable params builder, and whereas here we would say enable default modal, maybe something like that. So what that does, this is an entirely different way of doing it. It's probably a more proper way. So instead of doing these on click events, we are instead, you've got enable default modal there. Okay, give me a wee minute. Let me echo this. Oh, it's in uppercase. I didn't even know it. Alright, let's do a little JSON on endpoint row before I get completely mixed up. So you can see that we do have enable params here, right? So if we say, let's just do this, enable params is endpoint row, enable params, then let's just say enable params is true. Oh, some of them don't have enable params, right? Okay. So enable params is that or false. That's perfect. Well, I might as well just say request type is endpoint row request type or get, something like that. So here we'll just say if request type is get, okay, so back to the button here. You can see that this has got enable params builder, and this one has got enable default modal. Perfect. So these are just classes, you know, just little CSS classes, no big deal. Absolutely no big deal. But here's where the coolness happens, because I'll keep that. No, I won't. No, I won't. Let's take this out. We'll do this. Get a feeling I might need that at some point again, so we'll just go like that for now. Right, so what we'll do then is, in the land of JavaScript, we're going to say the following. Window.addEventListener load. When this page loads, we're going to do the following. We're going to activate no, let's activate nothing. Let's just say const now what's this thing called here? Okay, buttons for, I'll call it params builder triggers, or params builder buttons, is document get elements by class name, and the name of the class, it's enable params builder. So we're going to now just say that for, and we're going to loop through the params builder buttons, and for each and every one of them we are going to add an event listener. The event listener is click, and when we click, what we're going to do, we're going to open modal params builder, something like that, you know, and that's going to say alert ahoy. So if we click, you can see that it says alert ahoy. Okay, cool. Now here we've got a little const that's called default modal buttons. Now that is going to be a document get element by ID, and that's these ones here that say enable default modal. So we'll just say enable default modal, and when they run, we're gonna open modal default. There it is right there. Okay, so now we've got two events happening. We've got ahoy. Let's do that again. Do you know what? It's enable default modal, enable params modal. Why am I getting two of them? Enable params builder, enable default. Oh, I know why it is. It's because of this. Okay, so here we go. We've got ahoy on one type and then super cool on another type. There you go. Perfect, right? Alright. So, moving on. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to get a wee open modal thing built. Now I'll do the default one first of all, because we had that working previously and it wasn't such a bad thing, you know. So let's just say that we're going to say open modal, something like that, and we can even give our modal a name. For example, if we look at the original one here, well, that's a slightly strange one, but we can do something like that. It's using an entirely different framework there. But we could say something like open modal, and we'll call it test endpoint modal, for example. So all we have to do then is build a little modal, and it's actually remarkably easy. We simply create a div with a class of modal and an ID of test endpoint modal. Then we give it a style of display type none. This is how you build them from scratch, right? Then you do a little div with modal header. I'll say here we go. Then you do another with modal body. Chuck a wee paragraph. And check this out. Oh, it's saying open modal is not defined. Okay. So in that case, let's just, at the very bottom of this, let's say script source equals, we'll go into base URL, JS, app.js, and there it is. Now the modal itself, I think that's called modal heading. So there you go, there's one of them open. Simple as that. Now to close these things, I'm just going to temporarily mind you, chuck in a wee button with a class of close, a class of alt. Now let's just say close, and we'll just say on click equals close modal. So if we click on this little beauty here, click here, now we can do that all day long. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Okay. Now the next thing that I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to take our endpoints and turn them into an array of JavaScript stuff, you know. So let's just say const endpoints equals, and then I'm just going to go right into PHP and I'm going to say JSON encode endpoints like that. It's important to leave an extra line there, by the way. So now if I just console.log, or maybe even alert, no, I'll do a console.log. So let's console.log endpoints.length. We should hopefully have something kind of meaningful here. So you see it says Ahoy. Well, okay, now it's saying undefined. Alright, let's see what we got here. I think we might need another line. Holy moly. Right, let me view the page source. You know, I thought that would have worked. I really thought that that would have worked. Let me try that again. I can't give up. Here we go. I'll make plenty of space. Alright, well let's try something else. Let's try type of endpoints. Can it at least do that? object, 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 object. Right, okay. So that is a job for the employee of the month. So what I'm going to do then is view the page source. We have our endpoints here. I'm going to have a new chat, and I'm going to say, how do I loop through the following object in JavaScript? See what it says. Alright, okay. Can you show me how to do that in a way that enables me to access both the keys and okay, here we go. This is what I wanted. I can never remember the syntax of this, but there it is right there. That's absolutely perfect. So now if we go back here and we'll just go like this. So what we're doing now is we are actually just looping through all of this stuff, which is really, really super cool, you know. Now, going back to the event listeners, you can see that we've got these events here, and I think I'm gonna console.log json.stringify event. I want to see what this event thing actually contains, you know. Well, that was certainly quite useless. Okay, well, let's try another technique. Let's go up to the buttons. Here they are. Now each button is going to get an ID, and let's call the ID, let me just say endpoint name, just for the moment. Just for the moment. Which gives us ID, for example, is button get, right? If we take this one, you can see that it says count by post, you know. Now, as we click on this, you can see we've got all these different keys here. Now, okay, so let's say that the key is string replace, and we'll replace spaces with hyphens, and we will do that to the endpoint names. Now, what does that mean? I hear you say. Well, it means that we get these nice button IDs here. So what we can then do is, when we click on one of those buttons, we can pass in our event object like this. In fact, we could actually say event.target.id. So event dot target dot ID, and this means that we're now passing in the button ID that was clicked. So I'm going to just say, for example, console.log, you clicked, and then we can chuck in that button ID. So if we go like this and we go like this, it says you clicked btn get by post. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say const target key. Now that is going to be the button ID replace, and we're going to replace btn hyphen with emptiness. So let's now click on target key, and so if we hit get by post, you can see it just says get by post. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to say that the target key equals, and it's going to be target key dot replace. Now we are going to replace the hyphens globally. We will replace them with emptiness. No, we won't. We'll replace them with a space. So now when I hit something like get by post, yikes, okay, this is let. So you see how it says you clicked get by post, you clicked count by post, right? So now we've got a target key. We could actually say target index if you want, but it doesn't matter, right? But what that means is that the const target, let's just say let target endpoint. We don't need to define it, but we can now say that the target endpoint is endpoints with a key of target key, and then we can just console.log json.stringify target endpoint. And so now if I unidentified let you know what, I think I need to space that down. There you go. And now we've got all of our information about that particular endpoint completely ready to go. Pretty cool, right? So this thing here, you could actually call this you could do a wee function that says get target index, something like that. We could take in a button ID. We could go like this, return target endpoint. We'll call it target index though, right? And now what happens is when somebody clicks on one of those wee things, we immediately say that the target, I'll call it the target endpoint, is, well, we'll call it the target endpoint index is that. Then our, we'll call it that, and then we'll say that the target endpoint is, and so we look at our endpoints and we get the endpoint that happens to have that target endpoint. And there you go. Perfect, right? So we now have a target endpoint. So if I just go console.log json.stringify target endpoint, you'll see it. Maybe not. Alright, okay. So we need to say get target index. There it is. Oh, give me a break. Target endpoint index is... Oh, you know what? Let's call it active endpoint or current endpoint. Let's call it current endpoint. Let's do that and let's call it instead of get, let's call it set current endpoint. That's better. That's better. So what that does is we then say current endpoint is that. We don't even need to return anything. So that is going to set the current endpoint. And then we just, when we open the modal thing, we say set current endpoint to that. And we do it with this as well. We don't need to do this. That's it. That's it. That's going to work. That is it. There we go. So we've now got the current endpoint. And we could also say let current endpoint index so we could say current endpoint index is target key. So now when we do our wee console.log thing, we can console.log current endpoint index. So if we go like that, you can see it says get by post and so on. Pretty cool, right? Okay. I'm loving it. Right, so let's get back to the business of, now that we've set the endpoints and all of that garbage, let's now talk about opening up these modal things here, you know. So we are going to have a little thing for open modal And we're going to open up the module that I was making a wee minute ago, which is this test endpoint module. That's the name of it, of course. So we just go like that. And now if I just click on something like that, you can see that this thing opens up. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Now the first thing I want to do is I want it to be the same as this one. We're rebuilding this page here. Alright, so you can see that that's opened up. Now I'm going to inspect, and you can see that the width of this is 900. So our one unfortunately is not 900. Our one has a width the modal has a max width of 570, as you can see. So we're going to go back to the style stuff. And we're going to say dot modal. Now if it's a modal with a class of, or even an ID, of that, then our max width, instead of the usual max width that we've got here, that max width is now gone all the way up. I'll just double check. I know it's 900, I just need to be sure. Right, 900. So we're going all the way up to 900. So that means that when I now click on this modal here, it should be nice and big, which it is. So that is the same width as that. Doesn't look it, but it is. They are the same width. Okay. Now, there's a couple of other things that we can do, which is we can change the theme color of these modal things, you know. So how do we do that? I hear you say, how do we do that? Well, what we could do is when we look at this open default modal thing, we could say something like the following. Do you see how we've got a console.login on here with the different request types? So what we could do then is we could say set modal theme. And then if we could somehow access that request type here, so how would you do that? Well, you could say well, let me just try something. Const modal theme equals, now supposing you say endpoints with a key of current endpoint index, and then supposing you say request type. Supposing you then console.log the modal theme. If we then go like that and then that, you can see that it says the modal theme is get in this case, and here the modal theme is delete, you know. So with that being the case, we can then say set modal theme, and we can pass in the new modal theme. So let's do that. Set modal theme. Now you can see that the these are all uppercase, you know. So let me just quickly ask the employee of the month something. How do you convert a string to lowercase in JavaScript? I can't remember. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright, alright, alright. Settle down, settle down. So let's just say this has got a new theme going on, right? And we say that the lowercase thing is new theme dot to lowercase. And then I'm going to say const new class or const modal class equals, and we'll call it modal theme, and we'll join on our lowercase string. Shall we have a wee look at that? Console.log modal class. Let's do it. See what it looks like. So modal theme post, as you can see. So then we're simply going to say that do you see how that's got a class of modal? So what we do is we loop through all of the modals. I'm going to just say const modals is document get elements by class name modal. I'm going to loop through them, and I'm going to say modals dot, is it style or is it modals dot class list dot add, and we're going to add on the modal class. Alright, so if I go back here, refresh, and I'm going to click on one of these, and then if I go up here and inspect, you can see that it's added on a modal theme post in this instance. Okay. Now, I'm going to quickly talk to the employee of the month. Can you give me some JavaScript? Okay. I have a JavaScript function that loops through all modals on a page and adds a class. However, can you adjust the function so that before adding the new class, it automatically removes all other classes unless the class happens to be named modal? Alright, employee of the month, do your stuff. That's perfect. So now we do that. Alright, so that is now going to add on those modal class things. And if we take this one for example, you can see that we've just added on a class of modal theme post. So guess what we're gonna do now? Can you guess? That's right. We're gonna go right on back to where all of this stuff was. And for example, right around here, we can say actually modal theme post. Oh, hang on, that's get. So if we click, alright, now let's be a wee bit more accurate here. Let's copy this selector and paste in. Okay, so it's going to be something like that. So here we go. There it is right there. Isn't that cool? Now is that the way I had it done previously? Oh, it looks like it's a bit darker. Well, I tell you what, let's take the dark colour. Yeah, let's do that. So here we go. Okay, that's pretty cool. Funny thing is, I liked it the way it was better. We'll just keep it the way it was. Nice and bright. Okay, cool. So that's that. Now, we are going to do the same kind of vibe for all of these other things. So, you can see we've got btn get. We just do a wee thing like that. And we go like that. And we do the same here. This one is modal theme put. And we do one here. The key vibe is to be consistent with the colours. You don't want to introduce new colours onto the pages, you know. Alright, so if we now do that, you can see that it's given it the proper background there. If we do the post one, that's fine. If we do the put one, do you see how it's gone purple? And here's the delete. It's absolutely fantastic. Alright. Now the next thing is, if we have a look at the ones that we had here, we've got a wee bit more than just the header changing. You can see that the actual background changes. Now, again, as part of my crusade to not introduce too many new colours onto this, what I think I'll do is I'll well, you know what, I'll just go with I don't quite get why my rows aren't behaving anymore. That's a wee bit of an irritant. Anyway, you see this body area here? That is going to change. So, how do we do that? Let's chuck them here. So it's something like that, and then it's dot modal body, like that, you know. Now if we look at this one, you'll see that we've got a nice kind of light green colour, which I quite like actually. Alright, so we'll say background colour is that. So watch how we get a nice green kind of background. It's really faint, but it is there. Now we're going to do the other ones, right? So we've got get, post, put and delete. Alright, so here comes delete, right? Now if we look at this, I was really happy with the colours that I had with this. I don't want to do anything too radical here. Hold on. Well, can you believe it? There's no background colour for the delete one. So what we'll do in that case is we'll take this colour here. So check this out. Alright, there we go. So nice and light. Oh, that's horrible. Go with that one. Actually, the opacity is the problem, innit? Alright, I'll go with that one. Why not? So that can be the delete one. Now, did I mess up the get one there? No, I think that one's quite good. So then we've got the post one. Let's do something with that. Okay. No. Let's go with that. Alright, what about these put requests here? Alright, that's it. So we've got some nice backgrounds now. Is there anything else we need to do to this? Like, do the buttons change or do they stay the same? I think they stay the same. Okay, so that makes life a wee bit easier. Now the next thing is I can see that we've got a little close window on the top right hand side, and I can also see that the top section of this has got the endpoint name, plus it's got the endpoint name and a wee close thing on the right hand side here. So we can build that as well. It shouldn't be too difficult. Let's do that right now. So right around here, okay, so on this modal heading thing, we're going to have two divs. The first is going to be an endpoint name, and the second is going to be a close button. So if I go like this, you can see that happening right there. Now let's go into this modal heading here. I'm going to say display as flex, flex direction is row, align items as center, justify content is space between. So that's going to throw those things to different sides, as you can see. Then let's do these other parts. You can see that we had a bit there that said endpoint name, which was on our modal thing. Here it is right here. So what we'll do with that is we'll select, we're going to inspect this, right? And let's just say copy selector. Alright, now I'm looking for the JavaScript here. Okay. So on our default modal, we're going to do the following. Const top left div, top left modal div actually, is, and it's going to be document dot query selector, and then we chuck that in. Okay, and then we're going to say that the top left modal div dot inner HTML equals, and it's going to be the current endpoint index. So now when I click this, you'll see that it says get by post. Here's count by post, destroy. It's all right here. Looks a wee bit dull just now, but that's because we've not added in the form fields yet, you know. But that's going to be fine. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to add in our close button here. Now, I'm not entirely sure about how I want to do this. If we have a wee look here, you can see that we've got I think we'll talk to the employee of the month. What is the HTML code for a close button? It's times. I know it. It's ampersand times. Aye. That's it. It's ampersand times. I knew it. So let's go back up to that top right hand side again. And right here, I'm going to just say span on click equals close modal. And then inside this span, we say ampersand times. So now, if we refresh, you can see that that just looks fantastic. I think that's really great. Now, let's give this a class of close modal. And over on the styling stuff, let's just say that close modal has got cursor pointer. So we let people know that something happens if you click it, you know. You can see that that now turns into that, and it works. It's as easy as that. Who said that web development was difficult? Another thing that we can do is we can make the color. We can say that when we hover, the color is going to go pure white, because that's not pure white there. Well, let me prove that this is doing something. Do you see how it's changing? That's what we mean. Alright. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good about these, you know. And we're looking alright on mobile devices as well. I hope you do realise, you know, that building this in one sitting is pretty darn good going. I'm pleased, you know. For some reason, the hover's not quite the way I would have liked it. We've kind of ruined that, and I honestly don't know what went wrong there. Ah, gee. That's annoying. Because we had these really cool hover things going on, you know. Right, let me try a wee experiment. Let's go. Oh, well, they're all being given get rows. That's what it is. It's not a CSS issue. So if we look in here, you can see that says classes row get. That's just not right at all. So that's a PHP thing, which should be easy to fix. If we head up here, Okay. Right, let me just try something. BTN class. I just want to see what we've got. Oh geez, that certainly didn't help. Maybe try here. So, button get, button post. Row, it's the rows. Ah, there it is. It's the friggin' rows. Right, okay, I've got it. Okay. So here we say echo string to lower request type. That's it. That's it. So we've got our nice rows back. Don't they look fantastic? When we click on this, it opens up. I think it looks really great. And so now comes the content, and I'm hoping I can get this done in about 2 hours. Which is kind of insane. Let me stick on a wee black coffee because my hands are cold, will you? I'll be right back. Everybody okay? Are you having a good day? I wonder if it is a good day. Let's check if it's a good day, shall we? It's not a good day. We're only on 759. I was hoping we would have got a star. Darn. But anyway, we'll just keep on going. Alright. Won't be long, won't be long. Oh, Robert, I never noticed you. Robert Gill, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. How you doing, man? Nice to see you. Alright kids, alright. I apologise for all of the delays and whatnot. I had to give Coco just a wee bit of attention there. Anyway, we are rebuilding the Trongate API Explorer. Completely rebuilding it, that's right. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to focus on the HTML. Now all of this is brand new, right? But here's the original one, you know, whatever you want to call it. And you can see how this one looks. Something like this. You know. So we've got... It basically looks like we've got this div here that's broken up into 3 squares. 2 here, and then 1 along the top, you know. So that is exactly and precisely what we're going to make right now. So we'll head into our modal here, and look at how there's hardly any HTML on this page. It's so simple, you know. But we'll go into this modal body thing here, and we're going to have a little div. Let's just call it... Let's just call it modal grid. Something like that. Alright, modal grid. Okay. Now the grid is going to have 1, 2, let's call it 3 divs, right? And we're going to head down to maybe where the thing lives here. And is my sound okay? Here we go. So we're going to say that the modal grid, that is of course dot modal grid because it's a class, well, we're going to say that display type is grid. We're going to say grid template columns is repeat 2 times at 1 FR a pop, and then the grid gap is going to be 1M. I'm also, just for the moment, going to say that modal grid direct descendant divs are going to have a little border just so we can see what's happening, you know. So here we go, we're going to have a wee refresh. And there is our modal grid in full formation, and that's pretty good. That's what I would have hoped for, you know. So now you can see that we've got a little bit here that says parameters, so that is a label, and it looks like this is a form, but it's kind of a redundant form. It's, strictly speaking, I don't even think we need it, but I'll add it anyway just for the purposes of being proper, you know. So we'll just say right here a little form tag. This is all going to be JavaScript based, this thing. So go like that. And go like that. So in this first one, what we're saying is we're having a form label. And this is going to say exactly like on the page that we had there. Parameters like that. Now this one here is also going to have a form label, and that form label is going to say server response. Something like that. Okay, so now we're going to go back here and refresh. There's our stuff, but let's make it so that the form labels are bold. So we'll head downstairs. And we're just going to say label, font weight bold, refresh, and there you go. We can also probably get rid of this big crazy margin upstairs that we've got. I can see we've got test your API endpoint. I almost forgot about that. Let's chuck that in, shall we? So it's at modal body. It's around about here. I'm going to go with an H2. Test your API endpoint. And if we refresh and then hit this, you can see it right there. But one of the challenges, I think, is that this H2 I don't think it should have a margin at all. So now we get that. Now let's look at the spacing here. Funnily enough, we have got a wee bit of space. So I think maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. So with that being the case, then let's look at the bit that says test your API endpoint. We've got our parameters here. And so down here, and by the way, if this is Trongate, I suppose it is a framework of ours, right? So what we could do is we could just say echo form label, chuck it in that way, you know. Try to teach people how to use the framework, you know how it goes, right? And then we could say form text area. Now I'll call this one parameters. There we go. We'll give it a value that's empty. And then we'll just for the moment close that off. And you can see that already it's starting to look pretty darn good, you know. Alright, I'm going to add a text area attributes. So let's have a placeholder, and the placeholder is going to say enter params in JSON format. So enter parameters in JSON format like that. We then attach this, and I'm also going to say that the form text area attributes, let's give it an ID of parameters, something like that, you know. So if we refresh, you can see we've now got our placeholder here. This third square is a wee bit of a concern. I don't know why it's kind of looking a bit weird. It also looks like our modal body is running into some problems, and I have no clue why. So let's try a wee experiment. If we do a paragraph, there you go. Alright, so let's not worry too much about that. I wonder if it's the form that's messing this up. It is not the form that's messing it up. Alright, let me look at my label again. Here it is right here. I'm going to just say margin 0. Okay, that seems to be a wee bit better behaved. Now what if I said margin top 3M? I'm just curious. Damn. Alright, what if we said text area downstairs 3M? No. Well, that's kind of weird, isn't it, to say the least. Okay, height. I think I'm going to have a chat with the employee of the month here. Give me a minute. Where the heck's ChatGPT gone? It's disappeared. Where the hell did it go? Skype? Did somebody sneak up and uninstall something from my computer there? Right, we are in the twilight zone here. Where the heck did my ChatGPT go? Oh, I think Windows Defender's removed it. I think is that what it is? I bet you that's what it was. I bet you it was dodgy. Yeah, man, that's what it would be. Well, isn't that something? I think Windows removed it. Jeez, that's pretty mad. Right, okay. Alright, no worries. I have created a page with a CSS grid. One of the cells or divs within the grid contains a form label and a text area. The text area is going beyond the bottom border of the div. In other words, the containing the div that contains the text area is not high enough. How to contain the text area? How do I fix this? Don't like that answer. Okay, so a few of the solutions: add in an overflow of auto, set the height of the div containing the text to auto. That's what I did. Set a specific height. Alright, well, maybe I should chuck in a little important thing here. Maybe there's something else interfering. Do you know what? I reckon that's what it is. I reckon there must be another style sheet or something messing with it. So yeah, that's what it is. Okay, plan B. Let's take that modal grid thing out. It has not served us well at all. So modal grid, here it is here, right? So what we'll do instead is we'll just say two-way or two-call. Two-call, that's what it's going to be called. Okay. So back down to where the label gets defined. And we're going to say that toCall is a display type of flex direction of row, align item center, justify content space between. Alright, now let's also say that toCall direct descendant divs have a border of 1 pix red solid, and instead of let's add in for these divs flex grow 1. And on this we'll say flex start. Okay. Maybe here we'll say that the width is 50%. Yep, that's looking pretty good. Now padding's a bit dodgy, innit? So maybe we could make this width like 40%. 20%? Oh, what a miserable vibe. Is it this flex grow that's messing with us? It was the flex grow that was messing, right? Okay, so if we go, let's try 40%. Hey, there we go. Right, that's cool. Good old flex box. Never fails. It's as robust as you get, you know? Okay, now I want to get the same number of rows that I've got here. So if we inspect this text area here, we should be able to get some idea. Now they've just said minimum height is 200 pixels. Maybe that's the way to go. So minimum height. Yeah, I guess that is the way to go. It never responded. Alright. Minimum height. Do you know what? Minimum height my ass. Let's do this properly. Let's use the... Let's say form text area rows equals... There we go. Now 1, 2, whoops, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, 7 or 8. Ought to do it. Yeah, I think that's cool. Yep, I like it. I like it a whole lot. Okay. Now, over on the right hand side you can see we've got a server response here. So let's just go like this. This one will have I'll call it SR text area. So now we get this vibe. And as you can see, it's kind of starting to take shape, you know? Kind of starting to take shape. Alright. Going to the next row, I can see, well, what have we got here? Okay, so down here, it looks as if it's, I don't know, what have I done here? Okay, so it looks like underneath this We've got bypass authorization with a wee checkbox here. Now let me just see how that's looking. Okay, it's a wee bit high up. So I'm going to echo. Let's have a little div with a class equal to, let's call it additional prefs. Alright, now on our to call thing, we'll have a thing right beside it that says additional prefs, and we're going to say margin top 12 pixels. So there you can see we've got a wee gap, and that's just fine, you know. Okay, so we've now got bypass authorization to deal with, and what we're going to do with this is we're going to echo a form checkbox. It's going to be called bypass auth. So we'll give it a name of bypass auth, we'll give it a value of 1, and let's just, yep, something like that, you know. So bypass authorization. Now, seems like we don't need this space. So that's looking kind of cool. I think the font size is a bit smaller here. Well, regardless. That's a bit too small. Okay, so we've now got bypass authorization. The checkbox is a wee bit duff, but then then we've got clear parameters. Now what I think we'll do with that is let's have additional prefs with something like that. Okay. Okay, that's cool. So back to additional prefs. Let's just be really clear about what this is doing by saying border 1 pix red solid. Okay, so we're going to say that a few wee things here. First of all, this checkbox margin is ridiculous. So let's just say that if we're talking about additional prefs and it's a checkbox, no margin. Alright, so maybe we'll just say margin left 7 pixels. Alright, that's a wee bit better. Okay, and then, so we can tick that. But then we're going to say that additional prefs is going to be a display type of flex, flex direction of row, align items center, justify content, space between. Now we get this. So now we're going to say that additional prefs div of nth child 2 is going to have a text align of right. Just to make sure it works, I'll temporarily give it a background color. And I think that's cool. Yep. I think that's cool. Okay, so that's looking good. Now the actual thing that it says is, of course, clear parameters. I'll worry about the functionality probably tomorrow. I don't think I'll get the functionality done today. But I do think that I can make good progress on the design in the next hour here, you know. So if I go like that, and I'll just call it clear param, something like that. Again, I'll do the functionality tomorrow. I think I will. That looks really good. The gap here's a bit on the big side, mind you. So let's do something about that. We'll take that margin top to 0. Okay, that might be acceptable. I think it is. I think it is. Okay, that's good. So, pretty cool, right? Now, we are going to have another one of these over on... If you think about the right-hand side, we've got display header values right here. You know, I don't know if that should be on the left like that. I find that to be a bit confusing. And I'm kind of thinking, our display response header values, I'm kind of thinking that that should be aligned to the right hand side. Do you know what I mean? I reckon it should. So what we'll do is the following. So basically, right down here, we'll do another additional prefs. And this one will have one div inside it. I suppose I don't need to write it like that, but in any event, I'm going to stick with the format that we've got here. So if I click one of these, it's not going to say bypass authorization. It's going to say display response header values. That's pretty good. I like that. Now this one here, I think I'll keep it as it is. I think that makes sense. Maybe just do a couple of wee divs though. Okay. That's good. Alright, now let's get rid of this red solid thing. We don't need it anymore. And you can see that our page is kind of starting to come to life, innit? Okay. So the next thing that we've got is a big old submit button. And then down here we've got a couple of other buttons. It's kind of a weird layout, isn't it? Okay. So that's fine. We'll go into this thing here. See how we've got a class of 2 call? For some reason, I feel as if I should be adding in a class of 1 call. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I don't. But it kind of feels right. So let me have a wee look at my 2 call thing here. Yeah, I probably don't even need it. But you know what? Just for the purposes of being proper. Alright. So now we've got our next row added here, which looks like this. So this is where stuff starts to come to life, you know, because now we can add our submit button here. So I'm just going to echo form button. I'm going to say submit. Now if you look at the working one, it does just say the word submit on it. So we're going to do exactly the same kind of thing. And if we refresh, there's our submit button there. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Now wouldn't it be cool, I wonder if I should get the button with the same colour as the header. That's probably overkilling it. Do you know what? I do like the colour of this button. I think I'll just copy this. Let's make life easy. So. Okay. So this is the colour that we want to have, right? And I'm going to select this. So let's inspect, and then we'll just copy selector. This is how you do it the easy way, you know, and you just go like that. It's as easy as that. Can you believe it? So there we go, and we can just say actually it's as simple as that. So background color is that. Oh. Well. Let me go back. That is really, really strange. Let's see, background color. Let's do a crazy color. Isn't that the strangest thing? Well, you know what? Doesn't bother me. I'll just say array with an ID of submit button. Or maybe even a class. Let's make it, no, it's an ID. It's an ID. I'll even call it submit button 1. Alright. So back downstairs, there's a whole lot of code building up here. But we're now saying if we've got a button with an ID of submit button 1, gee. Okay, Robert. Right, there's something not quite right here. So we've got submit. So there it is. That should be an arrow, not a comma. Right, there we go. That's what we're talking about. Thank you very much, and thank you for that intervention, Robert. Okay, we're on a roll again. So here we go. I think that to rebuild the API Explorer in 2 days is pretty good going, you know. I think it's pretty good going. But then again, I am a wee bit biased. Do you know what the funny thing is? You have to say the kind of primary colour was quite good, wasn't it? Anyway, not to worry. Let's see. Border 1 pix. We'll go with this. Solid. Alright, now I think I'll make it a wee bit bigger. Let's just say font size 1.2M. We're going to also do a text transform, uppercase. Alright, now it really just is starting to look crazy. Submit. Now the padding looks a wee bit out there. That's very strange, that. Yeah, man, it looks a bit strange. Well, do you know what? I'm going to just keep the original colour. I think I prefer it. I think I do. So, yeah, let's just keep that original colour in. Okay, isn't it funny how the original one looked okay, but the more I mess with it, the more it looks crap? So that's got a font size of 13. This one has a font size of 16. Does that have a font weight bold? It's got a font weight of 600. Right, let's just do that then. Font weight 600. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Now we might be able to say letter spacing 1 pixel. Does that help? Alright, what do they say on Postman? Send. Send. Well, you know what? I'm happy with submit. I can feel it coming in the air. There we go. That'll do me. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Alright, so we'll do that. I don't know why I had this in another line, but what the heck, you know. So class is text, right? I mean, oh, no. Okay, gee. What if I just do that? Style, background, color, let's just see if we can see it. Okay, that's basically what we're going to do. So we'll say here that the class is going to be force text, right? Because I think we're getting a wee bit messed about with this thing, you know? So we'll do this. Okay, so if we now just say text align right, important, you miserable such and such. Why, oh why? Ah, jeez. Now why would it do that? Oh, it's because this should have been here. There you go. Now we'll give the button a class of alt, which does something like that. And then I'm going to say force text right, alt, margin 0. There you go. Can get rid of the crazy red now. Gee, the buttons look terrible, don't they? Well, this button... Alright, force text right. It's a button. Let me just see if I have some control over this thing. I have not. Oh, Jiminy. Copy. Selector. Do something. Hang on, that's not what I wanted. This is a real drag, innit? Well, at least it's doing something. What the heck? Finally. And it's just strange because I don't like having to say these important things, you know? It just feels, I don't know, man, it feels kind of amateurish, you know? So I think I have an idea of what it might be. I think it's this ID here. So if you think about what this thing's actually doing, it's going to be copy response body. And maybe that can be the ID. And now you can see that it's completely behaving. So now we'll get back to this font size of 1M again. Then again, maybe not. Okay. So let's make the background color all the C's. There's Coco meowing. Coco's great, you know. But I do have to move on, unfortunately. Alright, 15 was the one. So it's going to be copy response body. Alright, hang on. Coco, come on in, wee pal. Come on in here. Hello, Coco. Hello, wee Coco. Okay, so we've got a little copy response body thing right there, and this one around about here. Well, what's this one gonna say? View settings. That's right, view settings. Let's just call this view settings. So if we submit, we've now got this vibe here. Right. The buttons don't look right. And I think I really don't know what the heck's wrong with the buttons. They just don't look right at all. Well, let's bring the font size down a wee bit here, and we'll make the buttons go white. Okay, that's a wee bit better. All right. So maybe what we could do is each of these buttons we could say margin 0 top bottom, but maybe like 4 picks left and right or something like that. Or maybe we could say top right would also be 0, bottom would be 0, but left could be 4 pixels. Keeping an eye on the buttons. That's kind of good. I like that a bit better. Now the hover is garbage, but the rest of it's no too bad, you know. Now if we look at this submit button here, that's this one. Right, that's the size brought back down. Font weight 600. Yeah, it's not too bad. I think it's acceptable, you know. So now when we hover over these things, we'll just say that the background color stays white. Now if you look at, that's pretty much what we've got going anyway, you know. Alright, let's also say that the border is 1 pix, all the C's. Ah, that's a wee bit better. let's say that the colour, that's what we had to do, just dampen it down a bit, you know. Right, now that's starting to look good. Okay, I like that. I like that a whole lot. Now, can we bring this down to 13? No, we can't. It's got to stay at 14. Okay, fine. Fine, fine, fine. Okay, what's next? So next we've got this wee readout here. And this is a paragraph by the looks of things. So I'm just going to copy that element. Head upstairs. And we'll just chuck it in here. We already had a paragraph there anyway. Alright, now I'm going to say here, class is text left. Alright, so we're just gonna say API details. Okay, so let's start with font size 0.9m. Let's then say text align left. Let's say text align left important. There we go. And I think that's that. Okay, now I'm going to go right up the top of this thing here. And we're going to say that the body has got a colour of pure black. That's it. That's it. That's really good. So I'll get rid of those red borders. Which gives us this. That's really good, isn't it? I like it. I like it a whole lot. Mind you, that one looks a bit duff. That does look a bit duff. That one looks okay. So let me just get this clear. The get one looks okay. The post one looks reasonably okay. The put one looks okay. The delete one looks garbage. let's just try pure white with the delete one. So there's the put one. Maybe the post one should be white as well, you know that? On the other hand, maybe not. Let me jump in. I tell you what I'll do. Let's call upon our favourite colour picking website, Colours on the Web Wizard. And we'll get something that is on the same wavelength, but hopefully a nice contrast, you know? So something like maybe like that one. Oops, bad idea. So we can't go yellow, we can't go pink. What's left? I think white might be our only choice. Or yeah, that's fine. We'll go with that. Okay, that's good. Now, by the way, I think we can also add in a wee bit of JavaScript so that when we hit the escape button, it's going to close this thing. Now, if I go to admin app, oh geez, where is it? Admin.js. I think I've got this in here somewhere. Attempt escape. See that one right there? So let me copy that. Head into the API Explorer. We'll go like this. Hard reload. I'm hitting escape. Oh, you miserable thing. Oh, so we do that. So when the page loads, we get this happening. So I'm hitting escape, and there it goes. So now I can close it with the escape key. Pretty cool, right? And I just realised something. I had a wee footer in here, see that? Can you believe that? Footer ID is modal footer. So for full documentation, blah 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 blah. I'll keep that in because I quite like that. So around about here, I'll just say modal footer, and then how did I do it? How did I do it? Is this a paragraph? It is a paragraph. Alright, so if I'll just copy that element, Okay. Alright, so what I'll do then is I'll get a kind of generic modal footer thing going. Maybe give it a red background. Something like this. And I'll also say that the modal footer has got a margin of 0. And the modal footer paragraph has also got a margin of 0. There you go. Now the trick here is to chuck in a little bit of padding. There we go. Then you want to make the font, how big's this font here? 15. Right, I'm just going to write that. Then I'm going to say color, probably don't want it pure white. See, when you do pure white text, you know that you get a kind of blur effect happening. So now we're going to say that modal footer links have got a color of all the E's. So that gives us that. I think that our padding has to be a bit bigger than this. Aha, now that's starting to look good. That is definitely starting to look good. Did I do the escape key trick in this one? I did not. So there's a feature that's new. So that's pretty cool. Now let's look at this modal footer here. Tell you what, I'll give it a default background color that is just kind of boring by default. That's not boring. Neither's that. Oh geez, there's the phone. Give me a wee second. Just a quick phone call. Hi, I apologise for missing the phone there. How you doing? I'm doing alright, thanks. Very nice to see you and hear from you and everything, even though I can't see you and I haven't heard much. Yeah, how's everything going? Yeah, I'm okay, you know, getting by, making a living. Well, hardly, but I am doing okay, you know, I've just been working away here. How about yourself? Oh, good. Can you hear me? You went quiet. You're back. You're back. All right. Okay. Well, nice to hear from you. Great. Great. I mean, y oh, is it? I have to tell you, last night it nearly killed me, that walk back. It was pouring. I was soaked, you know. So, if you can do that, it would certainly make the decade worthwhile, I must admit. I can make it if you want. I mean, I'm just saying, you don't have to. If you want to spend money, you can. But I'm happy to make it if you want. It's entirely up to you, though. £8 is perfect. Right. Thank you. We shall advise then. Okay. Alright. Well, take it easy then, and I'll see you soon, okay? Okay, bye. Bye. Alright, folks. Apologies for that. That was my Lady Wonder wench. My fake girlfriend, you know? Anyway. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. I was on course for a pizza there, you know, a Domino's, and I blew it. I blew it by saying I would make the meal. Ah, what is wrong with me? Well, what can you do? Okay, I think that works. I think it works. So all we do then is with each of these little beauties here, we just say dot modal footer. Here we go again. Dot modal footer. And I think that that is that. So you can see now that we've got, whoops. Alright, here we go. So you can see now, you miserable Now why? Oh why? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Modal. I think that the problem is that I've defined this after the thing. So that is saying modal theme delete. But this I've got you. I know exactly what's happened here. So what we have to do is chuck this in each and every one of these things. Right, that is right. Man, it's tricky, isn't it? Here we go. So that one is actually post. And I don't even know if we need that greater than thing now. So there's the post one. There's the other one. Here comes the put one. So we say modal theme put. There it is. And then we do need this greater than actually. We don't need it, but it's kind of more consistent. Right, so there's delete, there's post, there's put, and there's get. Okay, so yeah, just for the purposes of making it consistent. We like making things consistent here, right? I know it sounds mad, but that's just the kind of guy I am, you know? I like making things consistent, don't you? Good. Alright, so whole bunch of endpoint actions and everything happening here, don't you know? And I think that that's looking quite good. I don't know how close I got to the original. Are we close? Here's the original one. So if I do a get, oh, that's quite small and tidy, whereas this one, don't know. That one's higher up as well. So this one kind of zooms out, whereas the new one comes down. But you know what? It's good enough for me. Okay. Now, if you look at this server response one, this is disabled. So we're going to say server response attribute disabled is true. Okay, and this one here, you can see that we've defined the background color in that. So let's just say that the ID of parameters is going to have a background color of pure white. Oh, you miserable thing, you. Alright, so if I say modal text area parameters, modal text area color white. I just don't believe this. Oh, it's background colour. Have you ever seen such hassle in your life? Ah, there we go. I had to stick in one of the important bullshit things. Okay. Alright, here we go again. If we take that, then that, then oh, that looks pretty hideous, doesn't it? Okay, let me see. Right, maybe that's the way. I think that is the way. That's the colour. That's the colour that we want. Okay, so there is our thing. Now, it is a complete rebuild of what we... Oh, heavens above. Why is that looking so damn crazy? Oh, I put it in the wrong thing. There we go. So that's good. And that's good. That's good. That's good. And that's good. Excellent. I'm loving it. Okay, I'm loving it. So, what now? I hear you say, what now? Well, there's a wee cross thing looking good. All in all, you'd have to say that was a pretty good rebuild, you know. I like it. So, I'm going to have to come back here tomorrow. I am going to have to come back tomorrow. Christian is here. How you doing, Christian? Nice to see you. He says it's great to see you troubleshoot. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Well, it's always good to have you here. And I really, again, thanks a lot for everything, you know. Where would we be without you? Now, there's a wee error, but we're not going to worry about that. Robert is here. He says, ahoy, okay. It's great to get all that work done in 2 days. Well, I hope so, you know. To rebuild this in 2 days is quite remarkable, I think. Solar God is here. How are you doing, you crazy rock and roller? Welcome, welcome. Haven't seen you in a while. As all you can do is be a man of your word. That's right. That's right. So anyway, that's our thing. I'm on quite a small monitor here, so on those of you who have got iMacs and big screens will have, like, it'll look like that, you know. So for most of you it'll probably look like that, because I know that you're all rich, but for me it's going to be like that, and it looks really similar. But we've now got this. You can tell a few differences. Look at the way it appears on the screen. It comes for the top. The old one, I think the old one had a better intro actually. The old one jumps out like that. But the escape key does not work in the old one. In the new one, the escape key completely works. You know? That's a wee bit dark, innit? Now that I'm looking at it. I just can't get this colour right. Right, there we go. So here we go. Aye, that's it. That's it right there. So that's the post one. That's the get one. They're pretty good. So the tricky part is tomorrow when we get all of the functionality done. So this is please delete 4. There's no point in me doing a git commit. I mean, everything is right here, you know. So that's pretty much it. We've got some nice wee hovers going on here. I don't like the way that this is changing colour up here. I want to see what's causing that. I think it's a TR hover or something like that. Look at this. Looks really good though, doesn't it? So let me just fix that wee thing before I get out of here. And whatever you're doing tonight, I certainly hope you have a good time, you know. Whatever you do, especially Solar God, you know, because he's one of the youngest ones here, I think. Don't waste your life coding all the time. I'm telling you, man, it's not worth it. You wake up one day and you suddenly realise that 20 years have passed, you know. Is that a bit heavy? Didn't mean to be heavy, you know. It's just the way it is. So yeah, you don't want to overdo it with all of this stuff, you know, all of this madness. Nah. Anyway, let's take a wee guess. Let's say T head TR. We'll just say hover, and we'll change it to something crazy like background color cyan. Let's see if that works. It does not. Alright, let's try TH hover. Alright, well that kind of works, but you can see that we're not quite getting the blah blah. that we would like to get. So it must be that. Now I'm going to chuck in a little important here. Okay, so that's sorting it out. I wonder if it's... It looks like we've got an nth child odd vibe going on here. Because we really don't want to use this important thing. It's very amateurish, that. You want to avoid it if you can, you know. So supposing we say T head, and then do that. And then maybe chuck that in like that. I think that's it. Oh, what a beautiful page. You can see that we're now looking decent on the mobile device. I could probably do with a wee bit of margin downstairs from this table here. So let's just do that. So you see how we've got this overflow container. We'll say 3M auto. That's going to give us a little bit of margin. Do you see that? So, I mean, I know that that's not perfect, but at least it's not breaking the page, and you can do that if you're some kind of a moron who wants to check his endpoints on the phone, you know. But I think this is starting to look good, I really do. And even if I compare that to the live one, I bet you this looks garbage on a mobile. It does. Look at the head section. It's a disaster. So, not too bad, right? Not too bad. And now, it's just a case of, if I wanted to be a complete perfectionist, I could rearrange this and do it in a way that makes more sense. But there's probably not any need, really. I might even just keep all of that on the page. Why not, you know? And tomorrow when we show up, we'll do all of the JavaScript shenanigans. Oh geez, I'm going to flip. I just remembered something that's going to cost me a whole day. I also need to build the params maker thing, do you know what I mean? So the idea is that we're going to build something that looks like this. That's the style. So I may not get all of this done tomorrow, actually. But we'll certainly give it our best shot. And there's not that much to happen, really. Bypass authorization. Clear parameters. I mean, I can do that right now. Well, maybe not right now. But it's going to be good. It's going to be good. And this one here is going to be, you can see that button doesn't work, but that's because we're going to have an alternative modal that appears. And the alternative one is going to be quite different. Or is it? Maybe not, actually. I might do it on the same thing. And I can do that quite easily by just doing the following. If I go to open, I don't know why it says open modal default. Anyway, so now this one will work. Oh, maybe not. Wouldn't it be great if I just broke the whole darn thing? The whole darn thing. Oh, Stack Overflow error, look. Ah, because that was the wrong one I added it to. It's doing a loop, so it would be this. There it is. So I think I will do it that way, and we'll just have it doing the same thing, but the one that displays when you click that is going to be different. It's going to be a whole different vibe, and I reckon I can do it in one day. Yes, I can. So there we go. And it's fast, you know. Alright, so join me tomorrow and we will, do you hear me, people? We will. I don't think you're paying attention. I don't think you're paying attention. We will finish this thing. That's right, we will finish this. And I'll tell you something. To build what is effectively a Swagger alternative. Swagger is the industry leading blah blah. To do that in 2 days is darn good going. You know what I mean? I think it is anyway. Yep, let's make this a wee bit bigger. Okay, so thank you very much indeed, folks. It has been a pleasure and a privilege. I hope you have a great night, whatever you're doing. Stay cool. And remember, keep on coding. Is there anybody with us? Cuckoo's here. Nice to see you, Cuckoo. Okay, it's the wind, it's the killer, eh? Well, alright. After the first 30, the rest goes even faster. Ah, right, okay. Great. Great. Well, can you believe it? Cuckoo's been here since September 2002. Give yourself a hand. We're so glad to hear that. Alright, folks. Well, listen, man, thank you so much again for being here, everybody. I really, really appreciate your company, you know. I've realised recently that I can't code on my own. I don't know why. It just drives me crazy. So it's always nice to have a wee bit of company. Again, if you want to see this thing get finished, just join me tomorrow. I will be here, and I hope that you will too. Thank you very much indeed, Stefan, all of the others, Cuckoo, Robert Gill, Christian here in full formation. Did I say Robert Gill? I might as well say him again. It makes me feel more popular. In fact, let's just say Christian again, since that makes us more popular. Ulysses didn't even notice you. Rajiv, the great Stefan Hummel. Kyle was here. I don't know if he's left. E-Tech Support, new name. O-Spam, another new name. We had, they were all here. They were all here. So thank you to the millions and millions of people who could potentially have watched this. I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Have a great evening, morning, weekend, or whatever it is. I'll catch you later. Bye.